Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanov, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Pards, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation? Please rise for the invocation. Thank you very much. It's hard to hear up there sometimes. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, young men and ladies. Glad to have you here. I have as my guest today Colonel Terry Parton, who is the chaplain for the Mississippi National Guard. He will be given our invocation, and the invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Senator Briggs Hobson. So we'll start with Colonel Parton. You're ready.
Thank you. Would you join me as we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we come before you thankful for the blessings of grace that you've bestowed upon us this day. We're thankful for your presence and your mighty hand to guide the men and women who make up the Senate of this great state of Mississippi. We recognize that you have called those in this assembly and have given them the responsibility and burden of service to lead and guide the citizens of this state. We're thankful for the sacrifice of time, skill, and effort given as they strive to lead. So, Lord, we ask you to bless their efforts, use their gifts, talents, and abilities, that our citizens might live peaceful and quiet lives with strength and dignity, and that all ultimately have the opportunity to know you. Father, give them supernatural insight. They might understand the times and respond in ways that would honor you and the innate image you have placed in each individual. Give them of your wisdom so that the decisions made in this chamber would be profitable for our communities, for our state, and for our great nation. And Father, again, give them strength and stamina to continue to serve even when the days grow long and the struggles become very heavy. May they continually feel your presence and your hand guiding them. And this we pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Colonel. We want to deviate one moment, and we're pleased to have as a special guest today General Durr Boyles, who's head of the Mississippi National Guard, and Captain Smith, who is also with him. General Boyles, would you tap General Boyles there, Daniel Sparks? General Boyles, we'd like to introduce you and thank you for all the work. We don't have to go further than the thing. Thank you. We don't have to go further than TV to see that we live in a society protected by the Mississippi National Guard and all our armed forces, and we thank you very much, Colonel Parton. We'll move to the calendar. First, the reading, pardon me? I've got to do the reading. Reading of the journal, please. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next is a reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we'll go to introductions. Introductions. Senator Kaufman, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, we had a wonderful lady from Simpson County here. It looks like she may have a couple kids of hers with her as well. As she'll stand is Miss Leslie Gibson, the wife of our Ag Commissioner, Andy Gibson.
Hey, Leslie. Thank you. Welcome, Leslie. Senator Branning, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, I would like those from Pine Grove Christian Academy to stand. They're here with a couple of faculty members and parents, and among those is a very special guest of mine, my middle son, Ellis. So please help me make them welcome to the Senate.
Welcome. We're proud of your mom. Any other introductions? Introductions. Okay, we'll move to the calendar. First, item 1, Senator Barnett passes. Item 2, Chairman Hobson, you're recognized. We're on item 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 660, Gulf Coast Restoration Fund limitation on assistance for any one project not applicable to certain public entities.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proposed strike all is related to the Gulf Coast Restoration Funds, and it would include one other exception to those that aren't required to meet the normal match rate, and that would be public schools. Obviously, they don't have sources of income that would allow them to match for the GCRF project, so this is a proposal for the House that would allow that to take place, and there is a reverse repealer in this bill, so it will be going to conference if we pass it. That's an explanation of the strike all. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing.
If there are none, I move adoption of the strike all.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to the Chairman.
You're recognized, Senator Jordan.
How much resources are we getting for that? I didn't see it in the bill anyway. How much money are we getting for the restoration?
GCRF is about $30 million a year.
$30 million a year?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Motion is adopted. Strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present, McDaniel. Present, Sojourner. Present, Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Item 3, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we skip item 3. And by the way, Mr. President, we've got a few on here that we're not going to take up because the House has already passed those measures. We're going to skip item 3 and go to item 4 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, item 3 attains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, item 4.
House Bill number 842, a Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Assistance Program, authorized 2 additional rounds for counties and municipalities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain it.
Recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is part of the Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Program, and the issue that was brought to our attention and has been brought to our attention over the years that a lot of our smaller, more rural areas don't have match funds to be able to acquire trucks. And so what this amendment does, it does not change the existing process. They go through the years that they can apply. This also adds a proposal that would allow them to get a better match rate. And what we've put in here is the total amount of funds allowed under the subsection combined with other funds that they may get shall not exceed 80% of the purchase price of the rural fire truck. County or municipality is eligible for matching assistance upon meeting the following criteria, and that is the county or municipality's application approved for funding in accordance with the normal section on rural fire trucks. And then also the department determines that the county or municipality does not have sufficient funds available for the purchase of a rural fire truck with the funds authorized through the normal process. So this, again, will allow, this measure will allow them to be able to get assistance through the insurance commissioner's office to get a better match rate so that they can purchase fire trucks. This does have a reverse repealer, and also I think there are a few things that we may need to touch up and maybe add a couple of places to make sure that we've got this working right. I have spoken with the commissioner and Senator Michelle and others, and look forward to trying to get this into a final product that will be good and something that will help out the rural fire associations in getting fire trucks and other equipment. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Senator Butler, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
So this is an attempt to help our rural fire be able to purchase fire trucks, correct?
Correct.
So right now, tell me how it is right now.
Well, they go through a process, and I probably could call on Senator Michelle to explain it more detail, but they go through a process of that they go through a number of applications to get those normally. The problem is that a lot of these don't have the money to be able to get into acquire trucks, because the example that I would use in my own county is Issaquah County does not have the resources that a much larger municipality would have to be able to purchase that. So it's really difficult, and I looked at a list of some of the places that just can't, they're way behind on their rounds for fire trucks, and they can't get the fire trucks they need. So this would give them a chance to get in the game, so to speak, to get some assistance.
And then you also say that there will be two additional rounds?
I don't think that's in this proposal right now. That's not in this proposal, but that's something we're going to talk about in conference, I suppose, is try to get the additional rounds and make sure. My intent is to put more money into this program than what they've had in the past. That's what I want to do. So we've got the additional round process and the better, allow them to have some money for the better match rate for the smaller places.
Thank you, Senator Holloman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thank you, Senator Butler. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator.
Move adoption, strike all.
Motion is to adopt to strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Now move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 5 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1101, trip to optimize the system exempt youth services counselors firm.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Hill to explain.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the committee strike all does is exempts youth services counselors from the trip optimizer system requirements for travel that we put in for state agencies and political subdivisions sometime ago. And the committee strike all also has a reverse repealer in it, so it would go to conference as it came out of committee. And the thoughts are that there probably needs to be a little bit more consideration done, that there potentially may need to be some other entities that deal with maybe foster care and people that have to get in and out of situations in a very timely manner to maybe be exempt from this trip optimizer system. So that's basically what the bill does, and I'd take any questions. If there are no questions, I'd ask for adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no question, the senator has moved for adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd now ask for passage on the morning roll call. Passage of the strike all.
Strike all passed already, Senator. This will be passage of the bill. Anyone object to utilization of the morning roll call? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 6 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1222, line item Appropriation Transparency Act, make certain technical amendments to.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Line Item Transparency Act amendments. We've already covered this once before. This is inserting our language into the House bill. And just as a reminder, this would require quarterly reports of any private entities that receive state funds to make sure that they're following through with what they are supposed to do. And that's a general explanation of the bill.
Okay, questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move adoption of the strike all.
Senators move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed,
Now
Senator.
move by passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on number 7, I believe.
I asked, item 7, I think, has already been passed by the House, so let's skip it and move to item 8 on the calendar and have the title read.
7 retains its place on the calendar. We'll go to number 8. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1423, state appellate and trial judges and DAs increase salaries.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. This bill is a combination of the judicial pay and the DA, district attorney pay bills. We've done 2 things in this strike all. One is to codify the salaries that were given last year by the judiciary, and then the second one is to increase the amount of the district attorneys from 125.9 to 134. That is what's being proposed in this bill. And I'll happy to yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill?
This does have a reverse repeater in it too.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move passage of House Bill 1423 by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No McDaniel. No Chisholm. No Sojourner. No Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 9 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Item 9. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1424, criminal investigators increase salaries of and provide for additional appointments of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an increase in salary for the criminal investigators from $59,500 to $63,000, so a $3,500 increase. This bill does have a reverse repealer also, and will go to conference if it's passed. I'll yield for questions. If not, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Seeing none, senators move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move passage of House Bill 1424 by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. No. McDaniel. Chisholm. Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 10 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1426, salary statutes revise certain provisions relating to salaries of state employees and officials.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I move adoption of strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. This is another bill that we've already passed. It's inserting the Senate language into House Bill 1426. It brings forward all the code sections on State Personnel Board, including the salaries of the elected officials. There is no change to them. It just brings forward all the code sections, as I mentioned before, to keep alive any proposals that may come with SBB or any salary changes to the elected officials, statewide elected officials, as part of the SEC Squared program. I will yield for questions on the strike all.
Questions? Senator Butler, for what purpose? No, he passes. Anyone else? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of strike all.
Motion to adopt, strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Now I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Passage by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. McDaniel. Chisholm. Sojourner. Anyone else? Hill, no. Tate, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Moving on to calendar number 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 11, House Bill 470, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 470, sales tax, extend, repeal, or exempt of certain sales to the Toughest Kids Foundation for Camp Kamasa in Copiah County.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Barrett to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill number 470 extends the repealer on the exemption of certain sales tax to Mississippi's Toughest Kids Foundation, which is Camp Kamasa, and that's located in Copiah County. Mr. President, I also have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay. Questions? Okay. We're on the amendment. One moment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment provides that the exemption does not apply to medical cannabis sold in accordance with the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act.
Okay, I think we're up now, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the amendment provides that the exemption, which is offered in House Bill number 470, does not apply to the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act in accordance with the laws that we passed. At this time, I would yield for questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment. Senator McMahon. Senator McClendon.
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
One moment, please. We'll finish the bill. We'll go to you, Senator McClendon. Okay. Any questions on this bill? Camp Kamasa. Seeing no questions, we're ready for a motion on the amendment, Senator.
Yes, Mr. President. At this time, I would ask that the amendment be adopted using the morning roll call.
Now, just be by voice. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed, and we're now back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for final adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Barrett. Thank you, Senator Harkins. We're on 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 12, House Bill 474, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 474, Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, extend, repeal the Zone Act, and related tax and incentives.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the committee amendment.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 474 extends the repeal date on the Healthcare Industry Facilities Act. It's a tax credit for certain healthcare facilities. Our amendment in committee simply changed the repeal date from 2025 to 2026, and that's an explanation of what the committee amendment did.
Okay, questions? Questions on the bill? Seeing none?
Thank you, sir.
Move adoption of the committee amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Okay, and I have two further amendments.
Okay, 1 second. Have you provide those to the clerk, sir? Just 1 moment. It's not up on the screen yet. 1 moment. Okay, we're good to go.
First Amendment simply states that a medical cannabis facility will not qualify for the healthcare industry zone. And so we have language that would state that throughout the bill, and that's what this amendment does.
Senator, we'll advise for questions, and the first, Senator Bryan. For what purpose, sir? Senator Bryan passes. Senator Blunt. For what purpose, sir? Senator Blunt passes. Okay. Any other questions? This is on the amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment's been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. You have another amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. The second amendment simply adds a reverse repealer into the bill. And that's all that it does.
Okay. That's up on the screen. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
If there's no questions on the bill, I move passage of the bill using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. All in fact, does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Blunt. Bryan. Anyone else? No. Anyone else? Any present? Seeing none, the bill passes as noted. 13, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 13, House Bill 256, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 256, manufactured and mobile homes, requires certain notice to tax collector when relocated to another county.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator, on 13.
I move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, what this bill does is on line 44, it starts and says, in addition, if a manufactured home or mobile home is relocated from one county to another, the owner of the manufactured home or mobile home within 21 days after such relocation shall provide notice to the tax collector of the county from which the manufactured home or mobile home was relocated. The original bill came over with 7 days. We felt that was pretty tight and tried to give them a couple more days to provide notice. According to the House member that filed the bill, apparently there have been some issues with counties taxing folks on a mobile home that was not located on that lot. So what they're trying to do is just establish when the mobile home was moved, and that's what the attempt of the bill does. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
I think this bill is needed, and you may not realize that this doubly applies to the coastal counties because we have additional requirements for mobile homes for wind. And we've had the instance to where somebody has bought a mobile home that did not meet that criteria and did not notify anybody of the purchase and could not basically legally put that mobile home in one of those counties. So that this may help educate the public that about those wind requirements for manufactured homes in the 6 coastal counties.
I hope so. I think what has happened, what the representative told me was that they were getting billed for ad valorem taxes in a county where they had moved it, and they said they provided notice, but there wasn't a record of it. So it's just saying that they have 21 days to provide notice that it's been moved, so they don't continue to be billed for it.
I agree, and I think that in the future, we may even need people to give notice to the county even prior to purchasing them so that they can make sure that they meet the requirements and that they're not wasting their money if they're in 6 coastal counties. So I just want to keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they can't move it in. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Harkins?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Harkins. So this is just within the, if they move to another county, but within the county, they fine.
Yeah, they just have to, it says on here that they have to notify within 21 days after the relocation, shall provide notice to the tax collector of the county from which the manufactured or mobile home was relocated. So where you relocate it from, you have to notify them that you're no longer there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Turner, for what purpose?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
do.
Please proceed, Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What type of notice is required for the county where the home is being moved to?
It doesn't speak to that.
So is notice not required?
I would assume that they would have to go, I'm sure I'm not totally familiar with relocating a mobile home onto a lot, but I'm sure there's some permits or some type of notice that has to be given to the county that they're moving there, whether it's utilities or, I think now you have to have a certain type of foundation to have them moved on. So I think there's notice that when a mobile home moves to a county, there's certain permits that have to be pulled in order to locate that structure on property. So I would believe that would be the notice that the county would have, is that somebody's made application to move on there.
And is there
And they
a
would be filing homestead, I assume also.
Is there a penalty if the notice is not provided within the 21 days? Or what happens if notice is not provided within 21 days?
Well, they'll probably get a bill, a tax bill the following year. It does not, I don't think the bill speaks to that I'm aware of. Well, it says any willful violation of this chapter should be punished by a fine of not more than $25. So, but they obviously have a tax bill they'd have to answer to. And I think that's the point, is that, you're trying to serve notice that you're not there so they don't continue to count your property on the rolls.
So it wouldn't be a situation if someone notifies the county 45 days later that they would be prohibited?
They would do it, but they would probably have a $25 fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
If there are no further questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Hickman, Sojourner, Branning, McDaniel, Chisholm, Tate. Anyone else? Michelle. Turner Ford. Blackman. DeBar. Horn. Seymour. Barrett. Anyone else? Present. Simmons. Anyone else? Pardon me? Hobson, no. Anyone else? Whaley, no. Frazier, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 14, House Bill 684, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 684, Small Business and Grocer Investment Act, extend repeal or on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 684 extends the repeal date on the Small Business and Grocer Investment Act. This is just the enacting language for this act that would allow for money, if appropriated, to be designated for helping grocery stores locate in food deserts, so to speak, in our state. And this simply extends the repeal date on that. I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Questions? Questions? Okay, we'll adopt the bill and then we'll go to the amendments, Senator.
This amendment just takes out the reverse repealer that the House has in so that we don't send it to the governor with a repeal date in it, or with the reverse repealer in it. So this will take it out and send it back to the House. And that's an explanation of the amendment.
Okay. All right, all in favor, motion is to, any questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, we're ready.
If there's no questions, move passage using the morning roll call.
So morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Sojourner, no. Hill, no. McDaniel, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Anyone present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins, we're back on 15, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 15, House Bill 833, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 833, Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission Law, prohibit direct sales by manufacturers except as provided.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
I move we adopt the strike all amendment and recognize Senator Sparks to explain it.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 833 addresses our franchise agreements as it relates to automobile dealerships. In 1970, or approximately there, we had a beginning of licensure for automobile dealers. A manufacturer, just so we're on the same page, a legacy manufacturer would be someone such as General Motors, Ford, et cetera. And we have operated for over 50 years in this state where you can have a manufacturer's license, you make automobiles, and then there is a separate dealer license that you would obtain to have the contract to sell those automobiles within this state. Now, this body, some 50 some odd years ago, put those laws into effect, and they've been on the books since then. Therefore, we have many dealerships over the years that have entered into contractual agreements with the manufacturer to sell their products, much like you enter into a franchise agreement to have a Chick-fil-A. There are regions that you are given exclusive right to sell that product. You also make great investment into a facility. And as you all know, if you go into a Chick-fil-A, they all look similar. That's not by happenstance. That's because under a contractual agreement, people have invested money and they have to abide by the, in this case, corporate's guidance. The same thing's true with the automobile dealership. If you notice, they are very similar how they're built, from the tile to the lighting to the processes. That is something that has been negotiated amongst the parties, and once again, for over 50 years in the state of Mississippi. In 2020, the commission was approached with a request for a manufacturer license and a dealer license from the same legal entity. So the Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission was a bit perplexed because this doesn't typically happen and appears to be contrary to Mississippi code. So both of those were tabled at a meeting. They received a dealership application and a manufacturer's application. Ultimately, in communication with this particular company, they were told there's a dealership definition and a manufacturer definition under the statutes of the laws of the state of Mississippi. So at this point, that company went out and formed a separate legal entity, an LLC, and reapplied for a dealership license under this new legal entity. So after knowing the law of the state of Mississippi, after knowing the intent of the legislation, and being on notice of over 50 years of operating the dealership model the way the state of Mississippi operates it, this business went out and formed a new legal entity and then applied again for a dealership application. Their manufacturer application was approved in November of 2020, and with this new dealer application being tabled, the commission asked the Attorney General of the state of Mississippi's office for a legal opinion. In February of 21, the Attorney General's office rendered an opinion that said they do not see a prohibition in law that a wholly owned subsidiary of a manufacturer could be denied a dealer's license. Therefore, the commission approved this license. So that's what brings us here today. There is a bill before you, A33. There will be an amendment that I will offer to this bill, but I want to explain at this time the amendment, the strike all, as you will, that came out of committee. If you look at lines 101, what they're trying to address is what has been the law for several years, is that no manufacturer or someone in that downline can have a dealership, because ultimately, if Ford or General Motors does this, they would compete with their own dealerships and would be a contractual violation. So if you have an ownership interest in operate or control a dealer or dealership in this state, that's the same classification of motor vehicle that it manufactures or distributes. And if you do that, we're just not going to give you a dealer's license. Now, let me clear up a few things this bill doesn't do. This bill, nor current state law, does not deprive a manufacturer from selling their vehicle in the state of Mississippi. Most of these new startups or electric vehicle companies you've been hearing from or heard about in the last few days, they are selling cars in Mississippi. And if this becomes law, they will continue to be able to sell cars in their direct manufacturer to customer model they chose to participate in. And I'm proud for them. They're very innovative. But if they want to be a dealer, they have to follow the laws of the state of Mississippi. And they circumvented them knowingly by going out once their application for dealership was tabled, going to the Secretary of State's office and forming a new LLC and reapplying. So it's very clear they knew what the law was. They operated to circumvent the law. And that's why we're here today, because again, if people want to challenge the franchise laws of the state of Mississippi, the dealerships of the state of Mississippi, I welcome you to drop a bill next year to do away with the franchise model in the state of Mississippi. That is your right as a legislator. But this particular issue is not prohibiting sales. So it may win the award for the worst short title of the year, but this bill does not prohibit sales in the state of Mississippi from companies that choose not to participate in a dealership model. It also does not prohibit service centers. There were questions even today on the radio about, well, my goodness, where would you get it worked on? If you want to sell cars in the state of Mississippi through your direct-to-customer model, you can put a service center anywhere you think is feasible. You're welcome to service your cars. Nothing in this bill stops you from having a service center. Nothing in this bill also stops you from having dealerships. You just have to abide by the franchise laws of the state of Mississippi. That is what the bill does. If you go over to line 191, you're also seeing what it does not prohibit. If a dealership, because things happen where a dealership potentially would fall into bankruptcy, or there would be some issue that a dealer would lose their license, a manufacturer in that limited circumstance could take control of that dealership for a year, up to a year, and they could find a new dealer. That is what the bill does. There was an amendment in committee, which I will address, that added 7 locations of any electric vehicle. But I do have, and I will look to legal to see if we have our amendment, but I want to make sure at this time we're adopting the strike-off.
Okay, right. So, Senator England? Amanda? Senator England, I believe you have an amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, I have an amendment at the proper time.
I believe this may be the proper time. I don't believe we have Senator Sparks on the desk yet.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment to the strike-all, I understand from legal that we have to amend it before we adopt it. So my amendment would be to reinsert the language that was taken out in committee that allowed for the one location that has been granted from the commission to retain that location. And
1 minute, please. Do we have his amendment? Senator Sparks, we're not finding your amendment right now. One moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand at recess, subject to call of the chair.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We anticipate about 5 minutes. Call the Senate back into order. Senator McClendon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, that's Senator McClendon, not Senator Sparks. One moment, please. Senator McClendon, you're recognized. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order,
Please proceed.
Today, I'd like the Senate to recognize some DeSoto County people here. Miss Lauren Lynch, known as Lolly Bean. Is she here? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There she is, North Gallery. Please give her a warm welcome. Also, Miss Christine Feldman and her children are here, along with her mother, Miss Kim Blythe, who's been a longtime farm family in DeSoto County. We appreciate y'all. And they're also here for religious freedom of choice. And we thank y'all for what you're doing.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks was at the well. He's now ready
Thank you,
for
Mr. President.
We're ready for amendment, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, Senator England, you'll be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks. I think you did a good job explaining the bill. My amendment that should be on the screen, you'll see Senator Fillingane was gracious enough to sign on to this amendment. What this amendment does, it strikes everything we have before us and creates a study committee on this issue. This is obviously an issue we have questions on. We just took some time to talk about it here. I'm going to explain the amendment, and then I'd like to talk on it briefly. What this does, it creates the Mississippi Motor Vehicle Dealer Franchise Study Committee. You'll have 3 members of the House to be appointed by the Speaker, 3 members of the Senate to be appointed by the Lieutenant Governor. The Mississippi Automobile Dealers Association will have a representative appointed by the Speaker, and you'll have a representative of startup electric vehicle manufacturers, which currently have no franchise agreements in the state of Mississippi, that will be appointed by the Lieutenant Governor. So that is what the strike-all does. This is a substitute amendment for the strike-all. I know we all have questions on this bill. I've talked to many of you about this. In our committee, we had questions on this. And this bill, I didn't know what this bill was a month ago when we were in session. Okay? Something this important, we should have all taken time to look at and talk about. I think every one of you will agree with me on that. Let me also give you some other stats that I think are very important to those of us in here, and they're important to me. Right now, you have 22 states, well, 21 states plus Washington, D.C., that has open markets for these new electronic vehicle manufacturers to sell. You have 5 states that are looking to open to these. Okay, electric vehicles are coming. It's a new market with a new sales model that we're not used to here in Mississippi. We all love and appreciate our automobile dealers. We don't want to do anything that's going to hurt them. I get that. I talked with a dealer in my area on the way up here Monday. And that dealer told me that he doesn't think this is a perfect bill. And I've talked to many of you in here that have said that there's opportunities that we're missing here with the language that we have before us. In fact, there was a bill passed over in the House. When this was first passed, it was passed unanimously in the House with different language, and then called back up and amended again in a way that would limit these electronic vehicle manufacturers from coming to Mississippi. That's what doesn't sit well with me, is that we're telling this new business with this new industry that's finally ready to move forward. You know, we saw in the late 2000s, the federal government tried to push this on the market and tried to push the EV market. That doesn't work. We all know that. Especially those of us that are members of the Republican Party and that know how the market, how we look to the market to work. It's consumer driven. Well, consumers are starting to drive this market. And I mentioned to you that there's 22 open states. There's 5 that are looking to open up their markets. And there's 1 state in the United States right now that's looking to close the market, and that's Mississippi with this bill. We're stepping backwards if we do this. Now, I say that, and I again want to say that we all love and appreciate our automobile dealers. This is an important bill to them. Obviously, they've been in contact with all of us, and we need to listen to them. If we adopt this strike all that I have before us now, if we adopt this strike all, we're going to look at this issue further. Look, we recessed a minute ago to talk about these issues. There's a lot of questions all of us have on this. We need to get this right. We don't need to step backwards. There are states that we can look at that are passing laws. Look, the laboratories of democracy are at work on this. They're looking to protect their dealers that have legacy manufacturers, and they use the dealership model. There are states that are looking to protect those guys and also open it up for these new electronic vehicle manufacturers to come and sell vehicles here in Mississippi. One more question we have, and I spoke with Chairman Harkins this morning about this. We have a definition of Mississippi automobile dealers currently in our law. We also have a penalty that makes it unlawful for anyone to act as a motor vehicle dealer without first obtaining licenses in the state of Mississippi. So when we pretend like we still have an open market because we're allowing people to go online to purchase a vehicle, we don't know that that's lawful. That question's been asked. There's been a request from the Attorney General and a few others to respond to that and let us know, look, can these folks actually sell online here in Mississippi legally? And we don't have that answer yet. We need that answer. We'll be back. 2022 is not our last legislative session. This is an important bill. It's an important issue, and we need to look at it more. This amendment creates a strike all to give us the time to study this issue and come up with a law that looks at all three parties, your legacy dealers, your legacy manufacturers, and these new electronic vehicle manufacturers. It'll bring us all to the table, and we'll come up with a bill that doesn't have Mississippi taking a step backwards and telling the consumers in Mississippi that, we're going to prohibit a new model of sales in this state because that's not how we do business in Mississippi. We don't want to do that. I'm going to ask you to please support this. Again, I've talked with our chairman, I've talked with our vice chairman. When I was bringing this, I've spoken with many of you about it as well. And I'm going to ask you to please support this amendment, and let's look at this issue further and give it another year. We'll be back soon, way sooner than a lot of us probably want to be back. But let's look at this issue further, please. I'm happy to entertain any questions. If there are no questions, I move adoption of this strike-all amendment.
Senator Horn, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do, yes.
Please proceed, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator England. As you were describing the members of the study committee, you mentioned Lieutenant Governor three.
That's correct.
And the speaker would get 3 appointments, and then there would be someone from the Automobile Dealers Association.
That's right.
And then the other entity, it sounded like it was somebody who didn't already have a franchise, a representative of somebody who doesn't already have a franchise in the state. Is that correct?
That's correct. It reads specifically, and I know this is an amendment that's just been put forward, so if you'll bear with me, I'll read it directly so you know exactly what we have. This is a representative that will be appointed by the Lieutenant Governor. It is a representative of startup electronic vehicle manufacturers which currently have no franchise agreements with Mississippi dealers.
Okay, so my question to you is that would not preclude a representative of Tesla Manufacturing from being on this committee. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, because they do not have any franchise agreements with Mississippi dealers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Hickman, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Good question, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Hickman.
I yield.
Just a couple of questions. One, so this study committee would work, and then we would come back next year and decide something or whatever would happen with this bill, correct?
We would have that option, yes. We will be back in 2023, and we can look at this very important issue and see what the study committee comes up with, and we can hopefully pass a better law.
So in the interim, our laws will remain the same, and technically a dealer, or rather a manufacturer, could come and set up a dealership during that interim time.
They would still have to go through the process of doing that, which there is law that establishes how to come in and start selling cars in Mississippi. And I think your question leads to another issue that I would want to mention, that these automobile dealers in closed states, our dealerships are worried about their manufacturers coming in and setting up shops on behalf of just the manufacturers. These guys have franchise agreements with their dealers, presumably, and they've been able to negotiate those contracts. And I don't want our state to get in the middle of those. I wouldn't want us to get in the middle of those any more than I want us to tell somebody right now that they can't come in and use a different business model.
Now, and I'll be the first to admit, I haven't really studied this bill, but I've heard a lot from my local dealers who I believe in. They support our local communities. They, do all these types of things. So they certainly have my attention on this. So I guess my question is, at this point, we're basically, this is basically for this new market of like electronic cars and stuff like that. Can Mississippians at this point still purchase those vehicles without there being dealerships here?
That's the question that we have. I'm not sure if they can do that lawfully if they don't have a license here in Mississippi. If they don't have a license and you have a business like, let's say, Rivian, that's up in Indiana, they manufacture U.S. built cars, mostly U.S. parts in their cars, if not all. I'm sure they probably have some areas where they have to go outside the United States to get parts. But for them, right now, your only way to get a car from them would be to purchase it online. Whether that's lawful or not, I don't know. The law is not extremely clear on that. And I think we owe it to the people of Mississippi to go get that answer before we pass a bill with the assumption that we're not preventing them from selling vehicles.
One final question. As you know, I'm the newest person here, so a lot of stuff I'm just learning and catching up on. But since I've been here, we put reverse repealers in all the bills we've had, and they said we can work on them. We can get this right between now and then. Is this not something that we can fix? Because from my understanding, the dealer said this is something we need now. We don't need to wait.
I've heard the same thing. And again, my dealer told me, when I talked to him, he said, look, this isn't a perfect bill, but we need it. And I didn't like that comment. I didn't like being told, you know what, there's some work that needs to be done on this bill, but it's very important to us. We're going to look into it. We're promising them that we're going to look into this issue. In none of these states right now is there a Ford dealership that's come in and is operating just as a Ford dealership. They're operating on their own models. This would allow us to look at it because we do need to take into account our dealers. And there are states like Utah and Georgia where they're passing laws that say if you're a manufacturer that has used the dealership sales model, or if you're currently using, or if you ever have used it, that you need to stick with that sales model. But it's opening it up for this new sales model to come in. If we pass something, and Senator Hickman, I agree with, look, I'm not always a big fan of reverse repealers. I understand this year we have a lot of them, especially coming from the other house. But I think Senator Simmons said it best one time when he said, if you see a snake, you kill it, right? I think that was a comment that I heard. And I just think, look, if we kill this bill, we're not killing the idea, we're not killing the fact that we're going to look into it. As a matter of fact, if we adopt this strike-all amendment, we're guaranteeing that we're going to look into it. And I think that's better than a reverse repealer to move this down the road. I think this gives us the opportunity, and you'll see in Section 4, it says this act shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage. We're moving quickly on this, and you can tell your dealers that we're moving quickly on it.
Well, I will just assure you, my intention would not be to kill this bill at all. But I would say, I think this chamber has set up a precedent. The bill that you're talking about that Senator Simmons quoted, if you see a snake, kill a snake, this body passed it with a reverse repealer and said we can fix it. I've seen 10 to 12 bills this session that came out that I think were horrible bills. But we got to the well and said, oh, we're going to put a reverse repealer and we're going to fix it. And I think we can do the same thing with this bill. Thank you for yielding for my question.
I appreciate your question, Senator Hickman.
Thank you. Senator Jordan, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question.
Are you here for a question,
Mr. Chairman.
Senator?
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Proceed, Senator Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, are you going to wait, your amendment allow it to be studied for 1 year? Come back next year and look at it again?
That's correct. In section 3, at the bottom sentence, and these amendments, sometimes we spring them on everybody and we don't have time to get them, but it says, "It is the intention of the legislature that the committee shall report its finding to the Speaker and Lieutenant Governor on necessary legislative actions not later than October 15th of 2022. So before a year. So we'll have these before we come back.
So there will be 3 from this chamber and 3 from the House. Is that correct?
That's correct as far as members are concerned, but there'll be 2 others as well. There'll be
2 others.
The automobile dealers will have a representative, and then these dealers that are these folks that don't have a franchise agreement with a dealer will also have a representative.
Okay. So have we had time to study electric vehicles? Been out there quite a while. Hadn't we had time to study what you're delaying progress for a year? You've had time to do the analysis on electric vehicles. Now we're going to wait another year, and you said you want Mississippi to be able to know what they are doing to help our regular dealers out. But electric vehicles been out there for a few years. Well, this should have been done. Won't you agree with that?
Well, Senator Jordan, I think your question is a very good question because it allows me to clarify for you that this is not a study committee on electric vehicles. I don't know that any of us know exactly. This is a study on the sales model that allows us to bring forth a sales model that would allow Mississippians to freely purchase electronic vehicles, which are the future of the...
I understand what your amendment does. But at time, I don't want Mississippi to get bogged down in what we call the paralysis of the analysis.
Right.
And what we're going to get behind, okay? We're going to be behind everybody. What you're saying, you want to be sure that we got it right. So what we need to do is to get with the manufacturers and work on it so that we won't get behind. We're going to get bogged down next year. We'll come back and we have to do analysis on what your amendment does. And then that's going to take more time. So I just don't want Mississippi to continue to be last in the process, that's all.
Yeah, Senator Jordan, I appreciate that question as well. And I would just say again that Mississippi is the only state trying to take this step that we're looking to take to close off electric vehicle manufacturers from coming in and setting up dealerships. So I understand your concern that we don't want to get left behind on this electronic vehicle market. This study committee will help us not do that. I think the bill that we're looking at, that we're passing, will do exactly what you're saying we don't want to happen. So I agree with you that we don't want to.
I just don't want to procrastinate and just get behind and then Mississippi be the last one to really expand electric vehicles. That's right. That's my concern.
Oh, I absolutely don't want us to be the last on that. Yes, sir. I think that's correct.
And your amendment doesn't point in that direction.
It does not. No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I sure did.
Please proceed, Senator.
It's my understanding that for a very long time, the law in Mississippi has said more or less, if you manufacture automobiles and you want to sell them in Mississippi, you've got to go through a dealership. And you, the manufacturer, cannot sell them directly. I think that's been the law for a very long time.
It's my understanding that currently, under our law, that Mississippi's an open state for the sales from a direct manufacturer to Mississippi. That's my understanding of the law. But again, if there are questions on the law, I think we owe it to the citizens of Mississippi to study that and make sure we've got a good law coming forward.
Well, if the author of the amendment disagrees with my understanding, maybe I should just speak on the amendment.
I look forward to hearing from you, Senator Bryan.
Senator Bryan, you'll be recognized to speak on the amendment. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you a senator?
I will, yes.
Senator McDaniel, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate the work you're doing here. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I just want to clarify a couple of things because this is confusing. I've read the bill. It's very confusing. I'm trying to get to the heart of what's going on here. And as I understand it, direct sales are still allowed, right, from Tesla or whomever, even if the bill passes.
Well, I would say yes, but after speaking with our chairman today and looking at some definitions, I'm not sure because they have to have a license in Mississippi still to sell. So we're saying that customers can go buy online. I'm not sure if we're doing so lawfully or not.
So that's confusing issue number one.
It's
right?
confusing, it is.
Okay, then let me go to confusing issue number two, which is, as I understand it, the concern, I think, for local dealers is to be cannibalized, if you will, from the big legacy dealers in Detroit or wherever they're from, right?
That's correct.
And the concern is they're going to come down and set up a shop right next to them and siphon away their business, right?
That's correct.
But no one here has discussed the franchise agreement and how it's applied. There are geographical restrictions on competition inside those agreements, right?
That's right.
And so if they were to come down and compete directly, it would seem that would violate the duty of good faith and fair dealing implicit in every contract, right?
That's right. That's in the contracts.
And so it appears they do already have some degree of protection legally, which is confusing issue number two.
That's right.
And you're saying the study commission will give us time to address those questions and just get to the bottom of it.
It will, and it's an important issue and it deserves studying and looking into.
Okay, and there's really no need to rush this bill, is there? We're not sensing anything happening overnight here, are we?
I don't sense anything happening overnight. As a matter of fact, I have asked numerous times from the dealers that I've talked with whether there are any states where, say, Ford has come in and set up shop right across the street and, as you mentioned, cannibalize their franchise, and that's not happening right now.
It's not happening in our state, is it?
It's not happening in our state.
Probably a good, strong franchise agreement that's helping to prevent that. I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question.
Please proceed.
I'm always open for a friendly question.
Can they have more than one dealership in a city at this time?
So let me make sure I understand you correctly. So if there's let's say there's an Infinity dealership down the road here near I-55, are you asking, could someone come down and open an Infinity dealership right across the street from that Infinity dealership? And I would say under their franchise agreement, no.
Can this new electric vehicle, could they have one at one corner and have another one 2 miles away?
I don't know how their sales model will do. I doubt they would do that. Because, again, that just doesn't work. But they don't do franchises. That's not their sales model, okay? And they've got a new model and a new way to reach their consumers. And I don't think it's our job to tell them you can't use that model.
So on pricing, will there be a different price at this one compared to this one? Are they all across the board the same?
I don't have an answer to that hypothetical because, again, we're getting into something brand new. But look, that question is one that a study committee could get right to the heart at very quickly.
Because if you got two competing dealerships vying for your dollar, that's capitalism at work there, competition.
Competition and capitalism is what drives our market. Again, I mentioned earlier when I was talking that these electronic vehicles, the federal government tried to push consumers to purchase only electronic vehicles a long time ago. It didn't happen. We didn't see them become popular until the consumer was ready to purchase electronic vehicles, and that seems to be right around the corner, if not here already.
So I guess the question is there a different price at these offices that sell these vehicles? Is this price different on County Line Road than it is at Highway
80? So just to try to explain it to your hypothetical, if Tesla were to open a North Jackson dealership and Tesla were to also open a South Jackson dealership, and if the South Jackson dealership sold Teslas for a lesser price than the North Jackson Tesla dealership, I think the South Tesla dealership is going to be the one that's going to get the prices, but I don't know that you would see them competing with each other like that. And these are expensive vehicles. There's no way to hide that. Hopefully we'll see some of these other manufacturers. Once these become more readily available, just like flat screen TVs that we used to have to buy for $3,000, we can go buy for $500 now. We should start to see that happening because that's how the market works.
I'm sure your dealerships in Jackson County give back to the community.
They absolutely do.
And in DeSoto County, I'll just give you one example. They all do. And I don't want to not name one of them. But I will name the one that has given the most. He started at a young age in the car dealership, and he has devoted his life to giving back. We were fortunate enough to have him put a computer in every school, every classroom in DeSoto County. A man that owns a local dealership, Homer Skelton. He since passed away this past year, but he put a computer in every classroom in every DeSoto County school. There are 43 schools. Will the Walmart effect of the car dealerships with this coming in? You've coached teams, I've coached little league teams. When you go to try to get sponsorships and signs on outfield walls, Jimmy Gray, All-Star Chevrolet, Landers, they're everywhere. I've yet to see any electric vehicle motor company at any of these. Is there anything in the bill that says you're required to give a certain percentage back?
Well, no, and I don't think we ought to do that. I think that ought to be left up to the open dealer, and I think you're making the assumption that once these other companies come in, that they're not going to support local communities, and I think you're wrong on that. I hope you're wrong on that. If you're not wrong on that, that's something the consumer can look at. And look, I represent a lot of dealers. We all represent a lot of dealers. We all love our dealers. We're not wanting to hurt them in any way, but we also represent the consumers in Mississippi too. And we got to look at that, okay? And I would answer your question with a question of my own, which is really just wondering if, in the early 1900s, was there a buggy or cart maker that was sponsoring a baseball team when Henry Ford came along and people said, look, are you going to go buy a car from Henry Ford because our local buggy maker sponsored my kid's baseball team this year? We need to look at that because we are entering a new phase and we don't need to stop progress in our state. These folks are going to come in and set up and they're going to hire people in Mississippi. They're going to have service centers. And look, I'll tell you that one of the arguments that I've heard on this bill is that, well, look, we're not preventing people from set up service centers. But if you look at every one of your automobile dealers, they have a service center right next to a sales department. Okay, so I think it's very arrogant for us to say, oh, well, come in and set up service departments. Do that if you want to. But we don't want you doing this other thing. We don't need to be doing that. But I do appreciate your statements, and I appreciate what Mr. Skelton has done in your area very much. And I look forward to what these new companies are going to do for our state.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator Fillingane. For what purpose, sir?
For question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator?
I sure do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator England. Just a couple of questions. Is it your understanding that the gist of your amendment is to give us an opportunity to answer all these various questions that are being asked and posed right now on the Senate floor as they were in the Senate Finance Committee?
That is absolutely correct. That, we owe it to the people of Mississippi to get to the bottom of these questions. Shoot, we took a recess before I even got up here to talk about confusing issues. There's a lot that we need to talk about on this, and this study committee will allow us to do that.
And isn't it true that on most important and difficult issues that we try to tackle in a thoughtful way here in the state Senate, we typically have hearings on those topics, reminiscent of the Medicaid hearings, all the ARPA hearings. We have hearings, we allow all parties to come in and to make their points and to try and craft the best form of the legislation that we can possibly craft before we bring it out for a vote. Is that not your understanding?
That is true, and that's why I'm proud to be a member of this deliberative body. We look at things and we don't move quickly when an opportunity presents itself. We want to look at the issue and make sure we're passing good laws for our constituents.
Now, on the other hand, our House friends, who we very much appreciate, they passed a bill down. Do you understand, did they have any hearings on said bill?
Senator Filligan, I'm not sure, but I'll tell you, I didn't hear about this bill. A month ago, if you would have asked me about this bill, I had not heard a word on it.
I'm not aware of any hearings, unless you are. I don't think there were any that I'm aware of. Were there?
I'm not aware of any, no, sir.
In fact, I believe this bill was tied up in the House those many months until all of a sudden the House got some good news from the Automobile Dealers Association in regard to their tax plan. Is that your understanding?
I'm not sure about all of those dealings, but I know that has been the word that has circulated around the Capitol.
In fact, I believe before this bill was taken up in the House, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Automobile Dealers Association publicly endorsed the House tax plan, and then mysteriously this bill emanated from a committee and it came on down out of the House floor, and now it's here before us today. Isn't that sort of the sequence of events that led to this very unstudied issue being before us on the Senate floor this deadline day?
I would say I think that is correct, and that we seem to be moving very quickly on a lot of legislation this year that needs to be looked at an awful lot.
Well, I appreciate your work on this amendment. I appreciate the chairman's work. I think he has really tried very, very hard to take very difficult issues in a very compressed time frame and bring the best bill he could to us. But it's not his fault, is it, that the House did what they did and dumped this in his lap at the very last minute?
That's certainly not his fault.
Absolutely not. Well, I appreciate your amendment. I certainly hope everyone will support it.
Thank you, Senator Filligan. I appreciate you signing on the amendment with me as well.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized to speak on the amendment. Senator Barrett, do you have an introduction out of order? Please proceed while Senator Bryan's coming up.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Senate would help me welcome in the South Gallery, I have Rebecca and Rafe Carter. Please welcome them to the Senate.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I spoke to Senator Sparks, who gave me a different answer to my question, and he tells me if he can just get to the podium, he will explain why his answer is correct.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Sparks, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. First of all, there's a line from my cousin Vinny that I can't say from the floor, but that I'm thinking right now. We have a situation where we've been thrown a curveball. There is no prohibition currently about selling vehicles in the state of Mississippi. One of the unmentioned companies or aforementioned companies who sells in the state of Mississippi directly, as I understand it, speaking with the commission and not conjecture, takes possession of that vehicle in the state of California. Just like if I drive across the state line into Alabama or Tennessee and purchase a motor vehicle, I then come into the state of Mississippi with this foreign vehicle that came from a foreign land, and I register it and I pay my taxes, and it's not that complicated. So they're creating a straw man to beat up, but he's not there. In addition to that, these laws were on the books, as I stated at the very beginning of this, and were circumvented purposefully in writing by a company. And that's why, if you really want to maintain the status quo, we will do two things. We will defeat this amendment for a study committee, and we will support my substitute amendment, which strips out the amendment that came in committee, and I'll be glad to answer questions on that at that proper time if we get to that point. But the fact of the matter is, a contract was entered between manufacturers and dealers under this law, under the laws of the state of Mississippi, and that's what's going to be violated. In addition to that, when this comes up for renewal, who do you think has the power when the dealership no longer can negotiate a contract? They'll have to renew, but that's what we call a contract of adhesion, meaning you're stuck. So if you want to leave our dealerships the ability to function as they do today and honor the law of the state of Mississippi, now I respectfully point out that you can come back and drop a bill next year and wipe out the franchise laws if you so feel. But right now, to study this is to put a terrible burden on every dealership in this state. So I'm asking for you to defeat the amendment. And there's also something called the Dormant Commerce Clause that nobody really wants to hear about, but it's more likely than not going to prevent the state of Mississippi from telling anybody you cannot sell your goods in our state unless you're talking about a Russian-owned vehicle company. So I would ask you to defeat this amendment.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Please proceed.
The study committee does nothing to defeat the franchise agreement that's on the books, correct?
The study committee stops the law that we're trying to pass, which clarifies, and by the way, on that note, an AG's opinion is not law. An AG's opinion is just what it says it is. It's an opinion. And often when an AG's opinion comes out that is suspect, the legislature then has to act. So here we are with an AG's opinion that's muddied the water once again, and the legislature must act. And who's at risk? The dealerships.
I'll again ask my question. The current law will not be affected if we adopt a study committee unless we come back and pass something different at a later time.
It's correct that if we adopt a study committee, no law will change. Yes.
Yes. So they can still operate under their current franchise agreements where these legacy dealers are protected from their own industry cannibalizing itself. What we are talking about is new models of business coming in or wanting to come in, and we need to discuss that further because every business model doesn't work the same for every industry and every type of business. And I had the same issue with small independent poultry farmers trying to get in commercial business in this state. I had the same issue with bison farmers trying to get their meat into the commercial market in this state. And now we have a new industry and a new business model that we need to look at and give a little bit more thought to. And I don't see where this study committee is going to change anything between now and next legislative session. So things would continue operating as they are if we adopt the study committee. Correct?
I don't agree. I think the actions of a participant who knew what the law said, circumvented the law, and we've asked for an AG's opinion, and the AG's opinion says it does not appear that the law prohibits such practice. That practice being that a manufacturer who cannot act in a certain way goes and spends $50 in the state of Mississippi to register an LLC, and now that LLC can do what this actor could not do, wholly owned. So that's the concern, is that the law is being circumvented. So that is why I think the law needs to change. And because that circumvention has occurred, if we just study this, we're going to allow further circumvention.
Well, my concern is that a consumer could go to another state and sit in a car, drive a car, look at a car, and decide whether or not they want to purchase it. But in Mississippi, they would have to look at it on the internet. That's my concern. I have a concern for the consumer. I also have a concern for the dealers, and I think that this study committee is the answer to try to balance all that rather than being one-sided and shutting out a new business model. But we'll just agree to disagree on that, I guess.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Further questions? Okay, ready for the motion. You want to close on the amendment? And the motion, please, sir.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. I know we all enjoy hearing Senator Sparks speak. He does a great job every time he steps up here, and I appreciate that. To close, I just want to remind everyone that currently Mississippi is an open state that allows this new model to work. Tennessee is a state that is open to allow this new model to work. Louisiana is considering legislation to open their market up to allow these electronic vehicles to be sold on this model. Again, 22 states, including the District of Columbia, are open to this type of sales model right now. 5 states that are not open are looking to open up to allow this sales model. 1 state right now is looking to close their law to this new sales model, and that's the state of Mississippi, the only one that's doing it. If Tennessee opens up, you're going to see people going to Memphis. If Louisiana opens up, we on the coast are going to see people head right on over to New Orleans. And you're going to also see those places where these dealerships are able to be, that's where your service departments are going to be, because that's where it's going to make sense to put them. So if you buy a Rivian in Mississippi online, should that be legal? If you buy that Rivian online and you have a problem with it, are you going to send it back to Indiana to get worked on? Are you going to drive to Memphis to get it worked on? We're closing Mississippi down to a sales model, and that just doesn't feel right to a lot of us. I know I've talked to many of you about it. This study committee will allow us to have our questions answered and look at this as we should as a deliberative body. I ask you to please support this amendment.
Motion to support the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Those have it.
I would ask for a roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. I'm sorry, we need 6. I thought we had 6. 1, 2, we got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, Mr. Clerk. Call the roll.
Barrett, Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McMahon, McClendon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Hoke, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Frazier, Harkins, voting no or nay, voting yes or yea, Kaufman, Chisholm, England, Fillingane, Hill, Johnson, McDaniel, Michelle, Sojourner, and Thompson. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, DeBar, Delano, Frazier, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson.
Thank you, sir.
Jordan, Kirby,
you
McCollum, McClendon, McMahon, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Super, Tate, Thomas, Turner Ford, Whaley, Williams, and Younger.
To the vote.
Senator Wiggins.
To the vote.
You recognize?
I didn't hear my name called a second time, and I would vote yes.
Please record Senator Wiggins is voting yes. Senator Sojourner to the vote.
For an announcement at the appropriate time.
You're recognized for an announcement.
I would just like for everyone to join me. In the North Gallery, we have some constituents from Pike County. I've got Jennifer Gerald, Lindy and Ben McGee, and Militia Dooley here supporting religious freedoms today.
Senator Seymour to the vote. Senator Seymour, you had your button punched? Okay, by a vote of 11 yeas and 39 noes, the amendment has failed. Senator Sparks, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you. I'm on the substitute amendment for 833, which is what we have been discussing, and it's reinstating the language that preserves the location that was in existence that we've been discussing. I would yield any questions. There is a reverse repealer in this bill. Obviously, in conversation with the chairman, we want to work in conference to do the absolute best we can, but there is a reverse repealer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would yield any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, take a motion at this time. Oh, sorry, we do have a question. Senator Butler, you have a question?
Yeah, I have one question.
Do you recognize?
So
you yield?
I yield. So the amendment that we are voting on now is the amendment that was put in committee, correct?
No, sir. This is as the bill came to the Finance Committee. This preserves the location that we have been discussing that was in existence.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Senator Sparks, your motion is to adopt the substitute strike all.
That's correct.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Sparks.
If there are no questions, I would move for passage on morning roll call.
We appear to have one question or a couple of questions. Senator Derek Simmons, you have a question? No question. Okay. And Senator England for a question.
Just a quick question, and I think it was answered. I just want to make sure because I can't see the entire strike all. We do have a reverse repealer.
Do you yield to Senator England?
I yield, yes.
Yes, Senator England.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. We do have a reverse repealer in this?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
I believe it's on the board. Yes, thank you.
So your motion is?
Is to adopt on the morning roll call.
Motion is to adopt by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator McDaniel, Senator Chisholm, Senator Sojourner, and Senator Hill. And Senator England. Are there any others? Seeing none, please record those as voting no, and all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Polk. The bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Motion is stand in recess till 2 p.m. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Recess.
next Wednesday. Yeah. I will try to stay with you. I'll try to make it. I like it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You might have with one client. I do something.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 16, House Bill 1918, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 918, alcoholic beverages, authorized issuance of food truck permit.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the strike all.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 918 is a bill that would authorize DOR to issue a new type of alcohol permit for food trucks. There's a few requirements that would go along with that. They would have to, the permit holder would have to already have a permit for a brick and mortar location. They would can only park that food truck and serve alcohol in a Go Cup district. And the fee for that would be $100, so it would still apply to all of the geographic restrictions for schools and churches would be in effect for that, and it would be very limited, but it would just set up to authorize DOR to issue a permit of that type. And the committee summary, or the strike all that we did, just as a reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the bill? Senator Whaley, for what purpose, sir? Okay. Your light's on, sir. All right, thank you. Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready.
Move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Recorder is voting no. Chisholm, no. Parker, no. Norwood, no. Frazier, no. Tate, no. Barrett, no. Barrett, I'm sorry. Barrett is a yes, Mr. Clerk. Suber, no. Williams, no. Hickman, no. Anyone else? Branning, no. Anyone else? Seymour, no.
It's like trying to get...
Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill's passed. From 17, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 17, House Bill 1162, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1162, income tax extend repeal on tax credit for certain charges for using certain port and airport facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain
You're
it.
recognized to explain the strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the Senate language in the strike all. It has a reverse repealer in it, takes it to conference. This is on the extending the repealer on tax credit for charges using certain port and airport facilities across our state. It takes it out to 2025, but it does have a reverse repealer in it. That's the explanation of the strike all. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions on the bill? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all.
Seeing no further questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Bishop records voting no. Present. Thank you. Bill passed. 18, Senator.
Go to item 18, House Bill 1163, and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 1163, sales tax, revised definition of installation charges to include labor services in connection with residential roofing.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to
You're
explain it.
recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, in committee, we talked about this bill. We put a reverse repealer in it because there's a couple of sections in here that we're going to work with. There's some that on taxes that we're going to take out. If you remember in the prior year, we've tried to address some of the out-of-state contractors coming in and competing with our in-state contractors, not paying sales tax, trying to come up with a way to, at least put everybody on the same playing field. Some of the things in this bill that we're going to be working off of are licensing for certain, subcontractors that, basically have control of possibly blowing up your house. Electricians, HVAC, plumbing, some of these things that life skills that are important on construction of houses and making them be licensed in those areas. There's also some language in here about as an individual, you can build 2 houses a year without having a contractor's license. What is happening is people are becoming construction managers for you, let you pull the permit and build the house for you as a construction manager. And the little part of it that people don't realize is that you are on the hook, the construction manager's not. So we're trying to address some of that where there's liability for them as a construction manager when they're building a house for you. So there's a couple of issues that we're trying to address, and we'll continue to work on this bill. This will be the vehicle that we're going to bring back up. But, we've also tried to do an MPC for contractors and try to make them for residential roofing, and it's convoluted and it's really difficult to kind of explain, and I don't think it's going to solve the problem that we're trying to solve. So that's the part we're going to strip out in conference and try to work with the other parts of the bill. So in a long way, that's an explanation of the strike all. There is a reverse repealer in it, so we will have time to work on this some more and fine tune it and bring a product back that I think hopefully everybody will support. That's an explanation of the strike all. I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, I move adoption.
Question, Senator Jordan. For what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
I yield.
Yield for a question. Please proceed, Senator Jordan.
Yes, sir. Does this bill apply to those, for an example, we have periodically from time to time disasters in the state. Those persons come in from someplace and fix stuff and leave and may not have done it right. And does this bill stop that fly-by-night kind of service?
It's trying to put teeth in it to where they'll have to register.
Yes.
It would require every county to permit a construction site. Now, some counties don't inspect, but they can at least permit a contractor. And that's the part that we're trying to figure out. How can we put teeth into it where these people come in order to get a permit? If I go to Louisiana and try to do some work in a disaster area in Louisiana, I've got to go sign up with the Department of Revenue. In order to get a permit with the Department of Revenue, I've got to go sign up with the Secretary of State. Yes. So once I sign up with the Secretary of State, I can go back to the Department of Revenue. I get a tax permit number, and then I take that tax permit number and get a Board of Contractors license from the state of Louisiana, and I use those two things to go get a permit to do construction on the house. So they've got my tax ID number, they know who I am, sure. I'm licensed with the state, I've got proof of insurance, because you have to have proof of general liability in order to get a contractor's license.
But Mississippi doesn't have any of that.
Well, we've got some that are kind of, we've done a few things trying to address it, but this is kind of taking that another step and trying to figure out a better way to make sure that anybody from out of state, at least we're getting their information, we know who they are, we'll have a copy of their policy, some of those things that will help in the event that they take off and leave you high, you may be able to find them.
So
ultimately it's buyer beware in some senses. You got to be careful about who you hire to do work on your house. I urge people to always use somebody they know locally.
Well, sometimes they're not available to have a major disaster, you're
just trying to get your roof back on, I understand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's nothing in the law that can protect those Mississippians who allow that to happen, who have no other choice.
Yeah,
as of yet.
As of yet, we're trying to do something. I mean, it's a work in progress, and that's what we're going to try to do with this vehicle, is try to get it to where it makes it a little bit better for the Mississippian that's out there operating, that they're doing business with people that are obviously qualified but are insured and can do the work.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, if they would stand up, we have members of the Pascagoula City Council and the mayor, Mayor Jay Willis, Michael Silverman, city manager, also the Pascagoula Redevelopment Authority, Dr. Hal Moore, and Katarina. Katarina Scott, she just got married, or she got married not too long ago. So thank y'all for being here. We appreciate you. Senator England, too, wishes them well.
Thank you. Welcome. Senator Williams.
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed. Senator Williams, your full question. Please proceed, Senator Williams.
Just a quick question. The strike all has nothing to do with the title, correct?
Not really, no.
Okay, you've struck in that language and just
Yeah, we're gonna,
used
there's
vehicle.
some tax language we're taking out. It's just, we didn't have time to really get a good, we're still working on it, but I do intend on having something to bring back that will hopefully provide some good steps to taking care of Mississippi residents as it relates to construction activity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready.
No other questions. I move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
There are no further questions. I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded voting no. Chisholm. McDaniel. Sojourner. Hill. Tate. Khan. Anyone else? Branning? Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Please proceed to 19.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to
I'm sorry,
item.
was there any presence on that? Any presence? Present? I'm sorry, Senator Johnson, present. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 19, House Bill 1164, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1164, Mississippi Development Authority, revised authority regarding implementation of federal, state, Small Business Credit Initiative Act of 2010.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Please recognize Senator Johnson. Maybe we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
You recognize, Senator, on the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1164 authorizes MDA to set up and implement a program, a federal state Small Business Credit Initiative Act from 2010, which is now being used to funnel some ARPA money through. So this will be to facilitate federal money coming through to the state in the form of investing in small business, and we just are authorizing MDA to take that money and invest it. That's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions, please? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move final passage using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could indulge myself real quick, today is our counsel, Ian Jones' birthday. If y'all would please help me wish him a happy birthday. He works hard for you.
Thank you. Senator Kirby, you're recognized. Rules. Next. Okay, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain the item number 20 and 21 and go to item number 22 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1509, COVID-19 vaccine mandate, prohibits state and local government from imposing.
Make your usual motion, Mr.
Senator
President.
makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to Senator DeBar to explain House Bill number 1509.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I do believe this is a strike all, and I do have an amendment initially, if we could put that up on the screen. The amendment is just a reverse repealer. After we passed it out of committee, we made aware of yesterday, or just a few days ago, I guess, that anything we do could jeopardize the federal funding for our IHL community, and so we didn't want that to influence anything, and our colleges and universities lose any money. So all I ask is we're going to put a reverse repealer into this, and that way we can ensure that doesn't happen. We don't want to cost our universities any money whatsoever.
Amendment number 1.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. As you can see, that's just a reverse repealer, and if there's no questions, I move for adoption of the reverse repealer.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may be allowed to introduce or describe the strike all. This is a bill dealing with COVID-19 and COVID-19 vaccine requirements. Just going through the bill, I'll just go line by line, if that'd be easier, I believe. Make sure you have the strike all in front of you, because that's what my notes correspond to. Lines 22 to 21 are just definitions. The 24 to 31 provide that is an unlawful discriminatory practice for a state agency to refuse to deny a person services or goods, including educational opportunities, healthcare access, based upon their COVID-19 vaccination status. When I say state agency, I mean public officials, IHL, junior colleges, counties, municipalities, governmental entities is when I say state agency. 32 to 39 provides that it's an unlawful discriminatory practice for a governmental entity to bar a person from employment because of their COVID-19 vaccination status. 40 to 45 provides that it's a discriminatory process to exclude or otherwise discriminate against a person because of their COVID-19 vaccination status. 46 to 49 is something we put in committee, and basically makes it clear that no child shall have to have the COVID-19 vaccine as a condition of enrollment. 50 to 54 provides that it's not discriminatory for a state agency, governmental entity, to recommend a vaccine. 58 to 65 provides that a healthcare facility does not discriminate if it asks an employee to volunteer their COVID-19 status for the purposes of determining whether a reasonable accommodation can be made for that employee and others in the facility. 66 to 69 provides that a healthcare facility does not discriminate if it implements a reasonable accommodation for employees, patients, visitors, and other persons. 70 to 72 provides that an employee of a public or private employer who has a sincerely held religious objection to the vaccine shall not be required to receive the vaccine. 73 to 77 provides that a healthcare facility is exempt during the period of time in which the compliance would result in a violation of any CDC or order. And 78 to 82 is a severability clause. And the last paragraph is this bill is effective upon passage. And so I'll yield for questions. I know there are amendments, at least one more amendment at this. So that's the explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'll yield for questions.
Senator McDaniel, you recognize for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator McDaniel.
Thank you, Senator DeVar. I appreciate your work on this. The bill seems to be an improvement over the one we received from the House, and so I appreciate that very much. I just want to verify, though, this only pertains to public institutions, public agencies. It does not pertain to private institutions, right?
If you look on line 70 to 72, I'll go that with you to there with you now. It says, any employee of a public or private employer who has a sincerely held religious objection shall not be required to receive the vaccine.
Outstanding. I appreciate that. That does speak to the law. Mr. President, I have an amendment at the proper time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to
Senator,
Chairman.
are you recognized for a question?
I will yield.
Senator, you're recognized.
A person, these are physicians that order these, the requirements for the vaccine, is that correct?
Are you asking?
I'm talking like those like Dr. Dobbs and other state officials who order these requirements for the vaccine and the booster and all of that to be
I don't believe that a physician requires the vaccine, not the COVID-19 vaccine, no, sir.
Oh, yeah. What vaccine?
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman DeVar. If I am understanding, excuse me, if I'm understanding your explanation of the bill, anyone, if there's a mask mandate that has been authorized by the chief elected official of a municipality or a county or any other person in authority, are you saying that an individual, let's say that there's a mask mandate or a vaccine, well, let's say that there's a mask mandate, or that because of the nature of a particular business, a vaccine is ordered for anyone who's doing business as an employee or a customer in that business, that mandate by them would be rendered useless, and the individual's rights would trump that unit of government or that private employer?
Well, this does not address mask mandates. It only addresses the COVID-19 vaccine. And therefore, like you, I think I would agree with you at the end when you said that individual rights would trump the rights of the employer or the public entity. Yes, sir.
So we could conceivably, if we pass this bill and someone hasn't been vaccinated, they could expose others to the COVID-19 virus, and they're well within their rights to expose everybody else.
I think this is unlike any other virus, like the flu. People get vaccinated or not at their own choosing. This would leave it to the individual to determine whether or not they believe, under religious belief, if they feel that they do not need or cannot take the vaccine.
I remember as a young man, we had polio vaccinations that were pretty much mandated by the federal government or the state government, and everybody had to be vaccinated. So if we pass this bill and we have some kind of debilitating, well, this is specific to COVID, right?
This is specifically to COVID.
Let's say we have another outbreak of a variant of COVID-19, and it's a much more dangerous element, a version of the COVID-19 virus, and it's killing people right and left. And again, an individual's decision about whether they be vaccinated or not could also put other folks at risk. Would that be correct if this bill passes?
I would think that, ultimately, an individual rights and religious belief is their own personal belief, and they can do see as they see what is best for them. Yes.
But to my point, by pursuing the rights of the individual, that individual could be putting a whole bunch of other folks at risk, of either getting very sick or dying from the disease because it's their individual right not to be vaccinated if we pass this bill.
I think like I mentioned the flu earlier, that happens, and I think it's an issue we're willing to accept in order to protect individual rights and individual freedoms.
So again, the rights of the individual trump the rights of society.
I think that's what our country was founded upon.
All right.
And
Proceed, please.
I'm trying to remember the quote that sometimes what's best for society might mean trampling on an individual's rights. Wouldn't you agree?
I think individuals have to make decisions what's best for them, and it may affect others and how they perceive things and how they receive things.
Where it could conceivably kill others, right?
I'm not going to categorize that as killing people, no.
Well, no, I'm saying that there may be situations where a variant of COVID-19 comes out that is much more dangerous than anything we've seen from COVID so far. And what this bill will do is say that the individual who has COVID and chooses not to be vaccinated or has a chance of exposing people, their rights are going to trump the rights of a whole community, a whole city, a whole state. That's what this bill is essentially saying, right?
I think we're going in a circle here. I think that's kind of, we've already established that individual rights do trump those of others. And individual rights are more important, correct?
It seems a little something backwards to me, Senator, but thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you for your question,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barr. Now, this bill is very narrowly drawn, and it only covers the COVID-19 vaccine. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carter, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Barr?
I will.
Please proceed, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. We're talking about the vaccination. So haven't you seen cases where people have been vaccinated and still caught COVID-19?
I'm an example of that type person, yes, sir.
Yep. So, me personally...
1 second, please. I would ask the gallery, please, we're debating a serious matter here, and we should allow the senators to do that debate. So I would ask y'all to please be quiet. We don't want to clear the gallery. We'd like for you to participate. So let's go back to Senator Carter. Senator Carter, you're recognized for a question.
So if you choose to take the COVID vaccine and you're around someone that is unvaccinated, you made the decision to protect yourself. Would that be correct?
I think the vaccine, it may or may not work, and depending on who you are, and there's no, I'm not aware of what science is out there to say the vaccine or lack of vaccination will cause another person to catch COVID.
But at the end of the day, it comes down to personal choice, right?
Individual choice, personal freedoms. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
I believe if my memory is correct, when the CDC finally began to figure out that the vaccine was not stopping transmission, didn't they alter their definition of vaccine on their website?
You're probably correct. They've done a lot of altering of things that I can't keep up with nowadays.
I believe if my memory is correct, they changed the definition of a vaccine once they figured out it wasn't stopping transmission.
If you say that, I would believe it. You're more right than wrong, so I believe you if you say that.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator DeBar?
I do.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator DeBar. I see that there's a severability clause in this.
There is.
This measure. Is it put in there because there is a potential violation of the Constitution if we pass this bill?
It's put in there to protect the entirety of the bill in case something were to be held unlawful.
But it's particularly there for a decision about whether the bill is constitutional or not.
Well,
Am I right?
Not necessarily constitutional. It may or may not, as you define it. That's generally something we put in contracts and so forth, and so it's not unusual. It doesn't raise any bells or issues for me.
But when we put in a severability clause, there is the contemplation that something in the bill may be illegal. Am I correct?
It's put in there just in case something were to happen. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barr.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
A question?
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator Barr, thank you for your work on this. Do you know what's in the COVID vaccine?
Do I know what's in the COVID vaccine? I don't know. No, sir.
Do you know where you can find what's in the COVID vaccine?
I would believe probably the CDC website would probably be a good place to start, but that's just speculation.
I don't think anyone has been forthcoming about what's in the COVID vaccines. You can't get the ingredients. So I really appreciate your work on that, and I have a series of amendments at the proper time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood. For what purpose, sir?
First, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Barr?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr, it says that somewhere in here I read where it says sincerely held religious objections. Now this is, so if I am an employee and if I state that I have sincerely held objections to receiving the vaccine, then as far as my employer have no recourse as far as, even though there may be mandates that the employees receive be vaccinated.
Right. If a person, an employee, has a sincerely held religious belief that they should not receive the COVID-19 vaccine, the employer cannot force that person to take the vaccine.
Okay, now what type of documentation would they have to produce?
That'll be determined by the employer. That could be anything from a letter to their word to a statement, a letter from a deacon or a pastor of the church. I think that would be dependent on what the employer determines is what it would find necessary.
But the employee, as you stated, the employer rather has no recourse other than to accept that person's word or whatever documentation that they may submit.
If they have a sincerely held religious belief, it doesn't just say a religious belief, it has to be sincerely held, then that employer will be obligated not to force the vaccine onto the employer.
Now, when you say sincerely, help me with that now.
I think that's a very subjective term, and that's determined by the employer.
So, if the employer say that this is not, I don't deem this as being sincerely, then the employer does not have to exempt them from receiving the vaccine.
That is a determination to be made by the employer. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, other questions? Other questions? Okay, we're on the amendments. Senator McDaniel, I think your first amendment, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain the amendment, please. What you see before you is word for word a precise codification of existing federal law. This is the law today. It will be the law tomorrow. The problem we've had and the need for the amendment is this. Whenever we actually raced into this very unprecedented area where we had so many people talking about the vaccine and talking about religious beliefs as they opposed the vaccine, litigation was commenced. We received various letters from state agencies and institutions saying that those state agencies did not have to provide a religious exception. That's wrong. It's a miscalculation. What's happening, HR departments and others are misreading the law. And when they misread the law, what occurs there is that we have lawsuits. Not only is the individual affected negatively by having his request summarily denied, the institution then opens us up for lawsuits and liability. What this does, it clarifies once and for all what the law says, what it is. That way our institutions can have clarity on how to proceed and individual liberties are protected. That's the gist of the amendment. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions on the amendment? Senator Blunt, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I raise a point of order that Senator McDaniel's amendment expands the scope of the bill beyond COVID-19, the purpose for which the bill was introduced, into all state-required vaccines that affect children and deal with non-COVID related diseases.
Thank you, Senator. One moment.
What do you say, man? Another day. Another day at the mine.
Dang, you got them working all the time.
Thank you, Senators. On advice of counsel, the bill is limited to COVID-19. This is not germane. The amendment is not germane. We'll go forward with other amendments.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry, please.
Please proceed, Senator.
I understand the Senate rules will allow me to appeal that decision to the full body. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like to appeal that decision to the full body and ask for a roll call.
I'm sorry, Senator Blunt,
To the point.
please proceed.
When Senator DeBar was handling the bill on the floor, I specifically asked him if the bill was narrowly drawn, and Senator Barr is a member of the Rules Committee, and he was advocating in favor of the bill. I asked him specifically if the bill was narrowly drawn and limited to COVID only, and he replied, yes, it was limited to COVID only. And so to that point, certainly it's Senator McDaniel's right to request to appeal the ruling of the chair, but I wanted to make that clear as it relates to the ruling. I think the ruling is well-founded based on the way the bill was represented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. What we're going to do, we'll proceed, and we need 6 or more, please.
Mr. President, before that, may I ask?
Well, I think we have 6, and I want to call a roll call in any event. We have 6 out here. Yes, sir. So we will call the roll, and the question is, you agree with the point of order with Senator Blunt, you will vote aye. If you disagree and you agree with Senators, 1 second, Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I believe the question is whether you wish to overturn the ruling of the chair.
That is correct.
The question is not whether you agree with the ruling of the chair. The question is whether you wish to overturn the ruling of the chair. And there is a long tradition of upholding rulings of the chair as a matter of principle and in deference to the chair. And it is considered an extreme situation to vote to overturn the ruling of the chair. So I believe the chair should state the question is whether the ruling of the chair should be sustained regardless of that correctness of it.
So you will vote aye if you want to sustain the ruling of the chair on Senator Blunt's motion. You vote nay if you do not. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Well, we need a parliamentary inquiry then to clarify this. It seems there's some confusion.
Barnett.
It still seems there's confusion on the floor, and I want to be clear here. So the parliamentary inquiry I have is if we are to sustain the ruling of the chair, they are to vote yes.
Vote aye.
Aye. If they disagree with the ruling of the chair and they want this bill to proceed or this amendment to proceed, they should vote no,
No,
right?
that is correct.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. 1 second. Hold on. Yes, sir. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
The ruling is whether to validate the ruling of the chair, not on the issue that Senator McDaniel has raised or that Senator Blunt has raised. The question is, the vote, if I'm correct, would be to vote aye to sustain the ruling that you have made as the chair, or no, that you disagree with your ruling. It's
That is correct.
simply stated, correct?
That is correct, Senator Hobson. Anyone else? Everybody good with what we're doing? Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blunt, Boyd, Carter, DeBar, Whaley. Voting yes or yay. Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Bryan, Butler the 36, Butler the 38, Carter, Chazanall, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Brenning, Kaufman, Chisholm, DeBar, Hill, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Seymour, Sojourner, Suber, Tate, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. The motion. To follow the recommended by the chair.
By a vote of 34-16, chair is confirmed. Next amendment, Senator McMahon. Let's put it up on the screen, please, sir.
Thank you. A couple amendments. The first one, if you look on line 71, this would add a medical condition as well. So on line 71, by inserting the phrase after religious objection or medical condition. So it will allow for a medical condition as well. So I ask you to support the amendment. That way it's not just a religious exemption, there's also a medical exemption because many people have other types of diseases and other types of problems where they cannot take a COVID vaccine. That's my amendment. I ask you to support it.
Questions on the amendment. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to Senator.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed, Senator Jordan.
So, McMahon, what happened if this person does have COVID-19 and there are vaccine out there to cure that person or to make him or her well? Or that, just 1 minute, let me complete, please.
That was your first question. I'm going to answer your first question. First of all, the COVID vaccine doesn't cure COVID. That answers your question, your first question, sir.
What does not cure it?
The COVID vaccine does not cure COVID.
Says who?
Says science.
No.
Data.
Yeah, I'm not believe in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan, Senator McMahon, Senator Horn. For what purpose, sir? Senator Horn passes. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, Senator DeBar, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is already in the law. I don't know, it's the first time I've seen these amendments. Didn't know they were coming, or we could have looked at them and addressed them, but I think this is already in the law. I think I've been confirmed that by the council, so I'd ask you to oppose the amendment and vote no.
Senator McMahon, to close on the amendment.
Sure. Senators, I'd like to point out to each of you what's before you is a strike-all amendment. None of us had a copy of this strike-all amendment before today, so that's why I didn't discuss it with the chair. What we have here creates another segment for another exemption, whether it be religious or medical. It creates a medical exemption as well. That's all the amendment does. I ask you to support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. We're ready to proceed on the motion, Senator. Pardon me? Senator Hill, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Senator Hill, what purpose? You seek recognition.
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
I understand what you're trying to do to get a medical exemption in there, but I think it's not worded exactly right. You say insert the phrase or medical condition. I think you need the word or medical objection instead of condition for it to make sense in that statement.
I appreciate your input, but if you have a medical condition, then you have an actual condition. You have an actual disease or some other type of. So, are you propose? If you have a medical condition, if you have another problem, and then you don't want to take the COVID vaccine, that's what this is for.
I understand, but it's just not worded correctly in the sentence. If I read it as you've got it on here, it says, an employee of any public or private employer who has a sincerely held religious objection or medical condition to receiving a vaccine for COVID-19 shall not be required to receive a vaccine. It doesn't go right in the sentence. Grammatically, I'm not saying.
What's your amendment? Do you want to make an amendment to the amendment to strengthen it?
We can't do that. Council's saying we could do unanimous consent to reorder the wording. So you could ask for unanimous consent.
Well, there's several ways we could do it. One way we could do is to adopt the amendment now, and then it would be in there, and then fix it in conference. We can discuss it. So I'm going to stand by what I've put together here. I would ask you to support the amendment. This creates another segment. If you have a medical condition, perhaps you have a child that is vaccine damaged, or has some other type of disease. Perhaps you're an adult and you have a disease of some kind, and you're afraid to take the vaccine. That's the purpose of this. I ask you to support the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator McMahon for a question.
I do.
Yep, Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator. And I think we're all trying to get to the same point here. I heard from Senator DeBar that he thinks this is already in the bill as it stands right now, and you are just trying to emphasize that point and kind of further clarify that. Is that correct?
I've read over the strike-all, and I don't see medical condition anywhere in the bill.
Right, and so if it is in there and we add this amendment and we strengthen it, or we make that point that we want to be sure that we include that classification, this bill is going out with a reverse repealer.
Yes, sir.
And any grammatical error that may occur from your amendment could be corrected, after it leaves this body?
Yes.
Okay, so
I would think so.
I support the intent of what you're trying to do here, so I plan to support your amendment. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator McMahon?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator McClendon.
So if a person took the first vaccine
and received a blood clot from that vaccine, they shouldn't be taking the second vaccine anytime soon, should they?
I would say that would be a medical condition that you should be leery about taking a second round of the vaccine.
That their medical doctor has advised them don't take the second vaccine?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone, Senator Younger, I'm sorry, Senator Younger, for what purpose, sir?
On the earlier amendment we did, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change the vote to yes.
Not till we get to the end, thank you. Yeah, we're good.
Not till
Senator-
what?
no. Questions denied. You can approach the chair, the secretary. Senator Hickman, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator McMahon?
I do.
So the amendment just says a medical condition. So can you just have any medical condition and say that I don't want the vaccine?
Yeah, I think it would be between you and your doctor, your healthcare provider.
So would they have to provide anything to say that they can't take the vaccine? I mean, there are endless amount of medical conditions that wouldn't affect taking the vaccine. So I just say I have a medical condition and wouldn't have to take the vaccine?
Yeah, I agree with your statement. There's a lot of different medical vaccines. Your body, I have a strong record on private property rights. Your body is the most private thing you have, sir. And if you don't want to take a vaccine that is an experimental vaccine because you have a religious reason or a medical condition, because you are unique, your DNA is unique to you. That's what this bill is intended to do, to keep you from having to take the vaccine.
So that's not answering my question. I'm saying if you have medical condition that is not related to the vaccine, that wouldn't hinder you from taking the vaccine, would you still be able to object? Because your amendment just says medical condition.
That's right, medical condition. Between you and your doctor.
So I think everybody just about could have some type of medical condition or another. And so that would just basically say, nobody has to take the vaccine, basically.
I think everybody could also say they have a sincerely held religious objection.
So basically, this bill and this amendment is to subvert any vaccine, period.
I support the individual's right to choose what to put into their own body.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Anything else? Anyone else? Okay, we're on the amendment, and I believe Senator DeBar, you've closed already, so we're ready for your motion. Senator McMahon.
My motion is we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. The amendment is defeated. Next amendment, please. Senator McMahon, did you have another amendment?
I do.
Okay, would you present it, please, so we can put it on the screen? Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Before we just took the vote, Mr. President, we heard loud applause again in the gallery, and the chair has already warned the gallery that this is an august body, and we need to be able to not only hear the debate, but to hear the questions and respond to the questions. And so I'm asking the chair, if we hear any more loud outbursts in the gallery, to clear the gallery, please.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. We have discussed that with the gallery once, admonished them that this is a significant piece of legislation that we have great interest in, and we're debating that for the people. So we would request that you please withhold your applause, whichever the result is on this matter. If we have another outbreak, we'll adjourn, subject to call, and we'll clear the gallery. So let's go. Senator McMahon, second amendment, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I have here is an amendment that will create a new code section. It says no person in the state of Mississippi shall be required to show proof of a COVID-19 vaccine in order to purchase goods, receive services, or hold a professional license. Happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? It's on the screen. Okay.
If there are any questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
No, it's an amendment, sir.
Oh, excuse me. I move for adoption of the amendment. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Okay.
I move for adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment's been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. Senator McMahon, any other amendment?
That's all my amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Okay, Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that's all the amendments. I think there's no more questions. I know at least one person wants to speak on the bill, but if there are no questions, I'll move for adoption of the strike all pending the speaking on the strike all.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir? One moment, please.
I wish to speak on the bill.
Please proceed to the front so we can get this finished.
Mr. President, if we could adopt the strike all before we close on the bill.
That's
please.
correct. That's correct, Senator. If
So-
you make your motion, sir.
The motion is we adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all passed. We're now on the bill.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the bill by the morning roll call and allow those to speak on the bill.
You're recognized. I think Senator McDaniel was first to speak on the bill, and then Senator McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't be long today. I just wanted to share a few comments about the direction that we're heading, which I think is mostly positive, and about the direction I hope we eventually achieve in the future. And I don't want to bore you, but I do want to remind you that this country has a long religious history. It can be argued the very revolution itself was founded on religious freedom. The state of Mississippi, any state for that matter, any government of that matter, exists primarily to protect the natural rights of its citizens. Each of you, upon birth, were granted inalienable rights from God. The state of Mississippi has a responsibility to make sure those rights are protected. Unfortunately, our history in this state has not been the best at protecting individual liberty. What happens is sometimes fear gets in the way. Fear of change, fear of a pandemic, whatever the case may be, and for whatever reason, when we have fear in the political body and the environment, sometimes governments act irrationally. It was fear that kept some of our citizens from working, from voting. It was fear that governments have used for centuries to imprison, to deprive, and to mock our God-given liberties. It was fear. We saw in this country over the last couple of years a reaction to a pandemic, and many governments, municipalities, states, and the federal government reacted very, very aggressively, driven by fear. We were told to follow the science, but as the science evolved, it seems no one wanted to discuss it. At the core of this very debate, at the core of everything we believe, is individual autonomy. It may not seem like a civil rights issue, but it is a civil rights issue. A person has the right to control what goes into their body. That's notwithstanding the religious aspect of this. That's just a core American principle. And that's why I support this bill. I, however, wish it went just a little bit further, and here's why. The religious liberties we have are so precious and so sacred. If one American is deprived of those liberties, then we all suffer. And right now, because of confusion in the law, people are suffering. Our state agencies are depriving people of their rights summarily without review. That is unconstitutional. It also violates the 1964 Civil Rights Act. It is opening up litigation, and we will all have to pay that price. But perhaps worse than that, the poor individual that loses his job or his promotion or his ability to advance because of some state action, some government-imposed action. We should have learned our lessons long ago. There are some places government does not belong. And it should never infringe individual liberties under any circumstances. To the extent that we have, we owe the people of this country, the people of this state, an apology. And now we have a chance to fix it. I support this bill because I support individual autonomy, but I wish this body would at least entertain, at least some point in the future, the very real important consideration of religious liberty and what that means for all of us. Our school children deserve religious liberty. They do not check their rights at the schoolhouse door. Our citizens deserve religious liberty. They are not to be deprived of those because of some conceived emergency, health or otherwise. It's frustrating. There are procedures in this body, and evidently they did not go our way, and yet I still support the bill, and I hope you do as well. And I hope in the future we can move past any government-imposed action that would result in a deprivation of an individual liberty. And I hope you'll join me in that. I appreciate the time. I appreciate the votes today and the discussion.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator McMahon, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Mr. President, thank you. Religious liberty and private property rights and individual rights is important to me, just as it was important to the founders of this nation. I would like to remind these young people and everyone in this room that this continent was founded on religious liberty, and it precedes our own Constitution by almost 300 years. I'm going to support this legislation today because there is no other vehicle. We're here today because the federal government overstepped its authority when it started telling the citizens of this nation they had to take an experimental vaccine. And this is the proper place for that to take place, a government of the people and by the people. We decide for ourselves how we're going to move forward in Mississippi. I'm sorry that I'm not a poet or a writer where I could have done a better job so we could have had a better bill. But this is the bill that's before us, and I'm going to support it. I do hope when it goes to conference that the chair, my friend, will consider adding the medical condition to the language as well. I think it's important. But I am going to support the bill, and I ask you to stand on the side of individual liberty today and to vote in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Senator McMahon, thank you. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't rise lightly to talk about this, but I feel I have something to say. And people in this body understand what it means to represent your constituents. And I'm here to tell you that this issue in my district was ground zero. You know, in my district is Ingalls Shipbuilding, largest private employer in the state. And people in here, I appreciate and love that you have supported them. And you know how much it means to me. My grandfather was a welder at Ingalls Shipbuilding. The Pascagoula, those city council members, that economy would not exist without Ingalls Shipbuilding. And so why I say ground zero is because when President Biden issued his order, it affected Ingalls. And not to get into the legalese, but the bottom line is because Ingalls is a federal contractor, they were hamstrung from doing what they could do as an employer. And by gosh, 70% of our U.S. Navy is made right here in Mississippi and Pascagoula. And I appreciate what Senator DeBar has done. I appreciate what Senator McDaniel has done, because this is not easy. What has happened is that the government has put people in the middle, and these aren't easy issues. I will stand here and tell you, I am proudly vaccinated. My wife is vaccinated. My children are vaccinated, and I'm boosted. But we made that decision on ourselves. And so for me, this is about government overreach. There comes a time where you have to stand up, and the answer isn't always more government. And yes, I know, I served as vice chairman of public health. These issues are not bright line. They are not black and white. They are gray. And we have lived through this for 2 years. And when that mandate, the OSHA mandate came down, I literally had constituents calling me saying, Bryce, what do I do? Literally, they left their job. They felt they had to. But on the flip side, there were people who felt the other way, but they had to stay in their job because they had a family to support. What we do up here is important, and these are important issues. And I hope that we have learned the extent to which government needs to go and can go. And I think this bill as is very good because it's to the COVID-19 vaccination. I appreciate what Chairman DeBar's done. I appreciate the Lieutenant Governor. And it's a lesson for us all. But I know this. Ingalls is in the process. They hiring 5,000 people. That's great for Mississippi. That's great for Jackson County and the coast. But they couldn't because of an executive order issued. Folks, this is where this belongs, is in this body, in the legislative body, in the deliberative body. And I think that's been proven on the federal level by what our courts have ruled. And we just need to understand that government is not always the answer, but it does have a role in the sense of public health. We have a public health committee. We see that every day. We do that every time we're up here. We have to make those decisions. And so it is not, to finish, black and white. It is gray. And these are hard issues. And when this issue of vaccine has come up in previous years, my friend John Polk had a target put on his face on social media. And he's representing his people. Why does he have a target put on his face? Because he's representing folks. What have we come to? These are not easy issues, but they're important. And so, for me, this is a good bill. And for the employees of Ingalls who have left or who wanted to leave, this is important. And I've talked to the leadership at Ingalls. Senator McDaniel was down with folks down at Ingalls. I felt for the leadership of Ingalls because their hands were tied behind their back, and that's not right. COVID's serious. Yes, it's led to death. It becomes a question of how far and how much. And so, when something in DC affects the largest private employer in the state of Mississippi, with one flick of the pen, we got to think twice. And we know that in the state of Mississippi, the legislature is the more deliberative and powerful body. And at a certain point, government overreach becomes a problem. And I would submit that it has become a problem. And so I appreciate what this body has done. I appreciate the hard men and women at Ingalls Shipbuilding who build the ships that our sailors and Marines go on. They shouldn't be put in that position at all, and yet they are. This has been hard all across this country. But we're addressing it, and I hope when this bill goes to conference that honestly, the reverse repealer, which I will be taken out, and we'll have the bill as is, because it accomplishes what was set out to do, and it addresses the issues. And I think if this bill had been in place when this came about with COVID and the mandate from DC, that many of my constituents, and actually I would say many of yours who work there or have family there, wouldn't have had to go through it. And so thank you, and I would encourage you to vote for this bill, and appreciate everybody who's worked on it, but also those who have raised the issues, because debate is what is important in this state as well as this country. That's how you get at the issues, and that's how you address the grays. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Bryan, did you wish to speak on the bill, sir?
I just wish to object to the use of the morning roll call.
Okay, Senator DeBar, we're ready to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I recognized to close?
You're recognized, Senator
Thank you,
McClendon?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Speak on the bill very briefly.
Mr. President, I've already been recognized.
Very briefly.
We've already been recognized to close. I'm asking for passage
We
of
need
the
to
bill by the
proceed,
morning
Senator.
roll
We need to
call.
proceed. Thank you. Senator, you're ready for your motion. Senator DeBar? Are you making the motion, or Senator?
Passage by use of the morning roll call, which has already been objected to. So,
Objects to the use of the morning roll call. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Hobson, Sparks. Voting yes or yay, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. 36. That's what you got.
Bill passes with 36 yeas, 15 nays. Vaccine bill passes. Next on the calendar, please. Senator Kirby, I think you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to pass and retain items 23 and 24, go to item 25 and ask the title be read.
25, 23 and 24 retain their place on the calendar. 25. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1487, state song, designate one Mississippi as official.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of the strike all. I'd like to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is really a simple bill. The House passed a bill to designate song One Mississippi by Steve Azar as our state song. We have a strike all. The only difference on our strike all amendment from the original bill is we do have a reverse repealer. So I move for adoption of the strike all.
Questions on the bill. Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
We have an amendment.
We have a question, Senator Kirby.
Question, Senator Kirby. I think I've heard this song, but I wanted to see if you would sing a couple notes for us to maybe get us on the right track here, if you could do that.
This bill would definitely fail if I were to sing.
Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Do we have an amendment, Mr.
Okay.
President?
Going for next one, Senator Horn. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
We yield for a question, Senator.
Senator, you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kirby, can you tell us what the current state song is?
Go Mississippi.
Go Mississippi. And can you tell us the means by which this song was chosen to replace the current state song?
Now, Senator Horn, I'm old, but I wasn't in the legislature back then. So
the
Oh, the new one?
Yes, sir.
Well, the new one, of course, is just very popular with the people. Of course, they played it over in the Senate, and if this comes
in the House.
I mean, in the House, and if it comes back over, we'll have the same here. But I didn't see. I knew today was going to be a pressing day on deadline day, and so I didn't have it played. I could get it played probably for you if you'd like, but
my question, Senator, is what was the means, the strategy, the process by which this song was selected to become our state song?
This song was requested by a lot of people, to a lot of senators. And let me tell you this, there is an amendment coming that will answer your questions as to that song.
Okay, but let me ask it another way. Don't you think it would have been better if we opened the process up to the people for a competition of what our state song should be?
Senator, I do, and to be honest with you, that's why we have a reverse repealer on it, and then we have an amendment coming.
Yes, sir. So I will say.
I think you would be happy with the amendment.
Okay, I hope so. I haven't heard the song, with no disrespect to Mr. Azar. I don't know anything about Steve Azar, and I don't know anything about the song. And I would like to have known if there was a process around which we choose our state song to replace what I consider to be an egregious song that is our current state song. Right. But it just seems to me that, and no disrespect to Mr. Azar, I'm sure he's a fine musician, a fine individual, but to just be given a bill where we're going to change the state song without a whole lot of what I see input from members of the legislature and members of the general public seems to be a little presumptive. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's why we have an amendment, Senator.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
For an amendment at the proper time.
Please proceed up.
What you have before you, and I've asked the pages to pass this out. And just to answer just a little bit of Senator Horn's question, the Steve Azar song is called One Mississippi. And it talks about and the words of that song are actually printed in that amendment so that you can see that for yourself. What I'm going to be asking you here today is we are the birthplace of American music. We are where the blues originated, where country music originated. Many of the states across the country, in fact, a majority of the states across the country, don't just have one song that represents it. It has multiple songs that represent those states. In Arkansas, they have 4 songs. In Louisiana, they have 4 songs. And our neighbors to the north of Tennessee, they have 10 songs. We are the birthplace of American music, and limiting ourselves to one song should not be the case. So what I've done today is kind of looking at this process we've gone back and looked at our roots, what our roots are in Mississippi, what these songwriters were in Mississippi, and what they meant. So in this amendment today, what we've done is we've gone back to Jimmy Rogers, the father of country music, and we've put his song, Miss the Mississippi and You. And no, Senator England, I will not be singing that for you. Jimmy Rogers is from Meridian. He is the father of country music. We also have listed in here, we have put in here the Crossroad Blues, which is by the master of blues himself, Robert Johnson. Eric Clapton called Robert Johnson the most important blues artist that has ever lived. So we have the Crossroads as our official blues song here. And then we have listed as a contemporary song, the Steve Azar song, One Mississippi, that talks about all the different things of Mississippi, but that it comes together to make us one Mississippi. This song was originated as the bicentennial song. There was a competition, I am told, that was held during that process that selected this as the bicentennial song of Mississippi. And so this would be designated as the contemporary song of the state. So with this, we're looking at a process that could be expanded. So if you wanted to, Senator McMahon wanted to look at something from Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll, or somebody else wanted to propose one that was more of a folk song. Across the country, you'll see polkas, you'll see children's songs, you'll see waltzes, you'll see every type of march anthem that you can imagine that really that look at the roots of the state and what that state stands for. So this is what the amendment does here today, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Wiggins. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Please proceed, Senator.
I'm just curious, would it be a friendly amendment to include Jimmy Buffett and Margaritaville? Because that's where I come from. I mean, that's what it's about.
If you'd like to offer that amendment and add it on, go ahead. This is please come up with the genre that we're going to call that.
Well, he's his own genre, so I'd be happy to include that. Okay, thank you.
But to your point, Senator Wiggins, there's many artists that would represent this state, and we shouldn't be just limited to one song. We should have multiple songs.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator. Please proceed, Senator Jordan.
Thank you. The Thrill Is Gone by B.B. King. You heard of B.B. King?
I might have, Senator.
We had him here in 2005 when Governor Haley Barbour was here. And we have a museum, as you know, from the flatland of Mississippi, which is Mississippi Delta. Now, B.B. King, it should be a song, The Thrill Is Gone, because that's what we always rocking in here when we brought him in. Okay?
Absolutely.
So I would like for him to be included, because that's where the blues, Long Rows of Cotton in Sicily, he produced the blues.
I think I'm a great admirer of B.B. King's. And Senator, I will say this bill has a reverse repealer in it, so we are happy to take all of these suggestions. I'm sure the House will want to conference on this, as they will many of our bills.
Yes.
And I think that these are all things that we can take and talk about in conference. But
Well, I don't see how anybody can talk about the blues without talking about B.B. King.
we picked Robert Johnson just because of his.
I know Robert Johnson, got a park named after him that I bought the land and put a billboard up, Robert Johnson. But B.B. King carried it further than Robert Johnson.
We were just, Senator, when we picked this one, we were given the person who was known to be the more of the father of the blues, or it was called the master of the blues. So that was why we picked it. But with your suggestion, if we can get this bill out and go to conference, that's something that this body can definitely look at.
Well, one of the most popular museums in Mississippi is B.B. King Museum in Indianola, Mississippi. And I can't see how he cannot be included in whatever we're doing if you're talking about the blues.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Boyd. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I noticed that we are changing all three songs and repealing Go Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Is there any particular reason, and did you give any thought to having the historical state song, Go Mississippi, remain as one of the choices as a state song?
Well, the House came over with that suggestion, and there is a lot of history with that song. It was a song that was it was actually the campaign song of a particular governor. And that governor and the way that that song was rolled out maybe is not reflective of the Mississippi that we are today and the Mississippi that we want to put forth. It's also an incredibly difficult song to sing. And trying to teach, I know when my child was young and trying to have school kids look at that, it was a very difficult song. That was the thinking with that.
And you are a musician,
I am not a musician.
so it may not be as difficult as you thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Chasnow, for what purpose, ma'am?
For a question, please.
Were you for a question, Senator? Senator Chasnow, you're recognized.
I'd like to say before I ask my question, you realize how much I appreciate the hard work that you have put into devising this amendment. The question I have for you is, do you remember the sort of deliberations that we went through in choosing a new state flag?
I do.
And they were extensive, were they not?
They were.
Do you think that a state song is less important than a state flag?
I don't, Senator Chasnow. Well, actually, Senator Chasnow, here's the whole purpose of this amendment, is that we don't limit ourselves to one state song, that we have multiple genres of state songs, really giving homage to the people and the history and the music that they've produced. And so I do think it's a little bit different than the state flag, which is our logo and our modern logo for how we go forth with this. So I do think it is a little bit different with this. And I think that we've got, with the bicentennial song that we have with Steve Azar, the words are lovely when you read the words, and it has a good message about one Mississippi. I think it's appropriate that it's a contemporary state song. If we wanted a new state anthem or if we wanted anything like that, this bill doesn't limit us to doing anything like that in the future.
Are you aware of how musical artists are selected for the Blues Trail and the Country Music Trail?
I have seen that process.
All right, so you're aware that names are presented to the various commissions, and then a group of scholars are then used to vet the process before any names can even be voted on by the commission?
I'm very well aware of that, and I believe the two artists that we have, I know Robert Johnson is on the Blues Trail, correct?
I believe so, yes. What about Steve Azar?
Steve Azar is a contemporary musician, so...
Is he not on the Country Music Trail?
I don't know the answer to that about the Country Music Trail.
I only bring this up because a couple of years ago, there were a group of citizens in South Mississippi that wished to erect a monument in memory of Leonard Skinner. And they raised a considerable amount of money and wanted that to be on the Country Music Trail or Blues Trail. I can't remember which genre it was. But they were turned down, even though they'd raised the money for the monument, because the process had not been observed. And so as a result, they went ahead and put up a pretty remarkable monument to Leonard Skinner, but it's not on any trail officially because the process was not observed. Do you think that this is less important than that?
I think it's a completely different aspect with this, and we have a reverse repealer in here. We are happy to go to conference with this and talk about this, but I do think this legislative body is fully capable. I remember years ago, this body was one that we designated the official drink of the state with milk. We've adopted numerous other things such as that. So I think it is appropriate that this body look at this and consider these.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chasnow. Any other questions? Seeing none, ready for your motion on the amendment. Senator?
Move for the committee's, move to adopt the amendment. Move to adopt this strike off.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready on your motion, Senator, to adopt the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just asked the chairman, because it wasn't on the screen, to make sure it did, the amendment did have a reverse repealer, and it does. And I agree with the amendment, to be honest with you. I'm not sure exactly yet of the musicians that are chosen. I mean, we do have B.B. King that's great. We do have Elvis Presley that people have heard of. And we do have famous country singers like Faith Hill and Charlie Pride and a lot more great people. So I think it's something that we really need to think about. It's something that we need to discuss in conference. Anyway, I ask that you vote for the amendment. That you vote for the bill. So I ask for use of morning roll call and final passage.
Use of morning roll. What? Do what? How's it on the desk? Hold 1 second, please. Okay, Senator has moved to adopt by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Norwood? Parker? Horn? Horn, no. Parker? Present. Turner? Present. Chisholm? Present. Chisholm present? No. McDaniel? No. Sojourner? Hill? No. Anyone else? Branning? Present. Blackman? Present. Tate? No. Present. Seymour? Chesnall? Present. Fillingane? No. Blackwell? Present. I'm sorry, Michelle, did somebody stand in front of you there? Present. Michelle, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Thomas, you good? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Pardon me? I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Senator Jordan. What was your vote, sir? Aye. Okay. All right, we are on motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Recurrence, non-concurrence. For concurrence or non-concurrence? In conference. Senator Kaufman, we're on 32, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 32, House Bill 933, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 933, Homeowners Associations Regulate Managing Aid and Insolvent, provide certain requirements for.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
House Bill 933 just clarifies the working relationship between HOAs and the managing agents. If you'll recall, we passed this bill last year unanimously. The governor signed it. This was Representative Yancey's bill from the House last year, and after talking to some HOAs over the summer, he thought that there needed to be a few tweaks to the bill. So there's about 3 or 4 things that were changed in the bill. The first thing is it says that any transfer over $10,000 doesn't have to be in written form, but must still have prior approval of the HOA board. Second thing it does, it provides that at all regular meetings, the board of the HOA is required to review the latest operating and reserve account statements. Third thing is it provides that any financial institution where a trust fund account is opened is held harmless from any liabilities. And the fourth thing that it changed or did is that it says that as an alternative to the fidelity bond coverage, the HOA may maintain comparable insurance. If you'll recall, though, like last year, they do not have to hold a bond or insurance if the majority of the HOA board votes against it. So those are the few changes, few tweaks from that bill from last year. If there aren't any questions, I move that we pass by morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which be, of course, voting no. Present. Present, Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passed. Senator Whaley, 33.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 33, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 942, Hunting and Fishing allow online applicants for a license to elect to be an organ donor.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley?
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, what we have before us is the organ donor bill, which would allow you to put your organ donor status on your hunting license. This bill does have a reverse repealer, and we will be going to conference. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Questions on the bill? Senator McDaniel. I think he just hit his bill. Senator McClendon, he passes. Would you cut his light off, please, sir? Here we go. Okay. No questions.
Move to adopt the strike all.
Motion is to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move for passage by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. On 34, Senator.
I'd like to go to item 34, called up and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Velvet hunting season, authorize Commissioner on Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks to establish.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Would like to be recognized to explain the strike call.
You're recognized to explain the strike call, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this is the velvet season bill, which would establish an early velvet season. And the main difference in the House version and the Senate version is the dates. The Senate version offers a date between September 10th and 20th, and the House version just says a 3-day period between those dates. So that's the main difference, and there is a reverse repealer, so be happy to entertain any questions.
Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
Questions, President?
Senator England, you're recognized.
Senator Whaley, I know you and I have talked about this bill a good bit last couple of days, important to both of us. And anytime we open up a code section dealing with hunting seasons, it's always an opportunity for some of us to try to put something in by amendment. I've decided not to do that this year, but I did want to ask you if you would support, maybe in the future, working with me to get perhaps just a one-day legislative squirrel hunt here on the Capitol grounds.
Only if you would demonstrate how to do a turkey call on the floor.
We'll work on that next year, Senator Whaley. I appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Senator England. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move to adopt the strike call.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready on the bill, sir.
Move passage by the morning roll call.
Pass the morning roll calls requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Moran. Senator Moran. Passes 35 and 36. Chairman Barnett. Passes 37. Chairman Polk. 38. We're on 38, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass number 38 and ask it to retain its place on the calendar.
Pass 38, retain its place on the calendar. You're recognized, Senator.
Go to number 39 and ask the title be read.
39. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 683, State Parole Board, extend repealer on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
This is, let me explain, please.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill does one thing. It extends the repealer on the State Parole Board till July 1st of 2025. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senators requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Supreme Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 40, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 719, compensation for certain county officials, bring forward sections pertaining to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to consider the strike call.
You're recognized to explain the strike call, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill opens the code sections for most, if not all, of the county officials that are elected and would allow them through further study to possibly get a raise this year. The bill does have a reverse repealer, but there is no salaries or anything being changed in the bill. It just opens the code sections. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll. We'd like to pass the strike call.
Questions on the bill? Senator Sojourner, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
For a question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, please, Senator Polk?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Sojourner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Polk. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correct. So it opens the code sections for potential salary changes to those county officials, but there's no specific language in the bill pertaining as far as what those should be. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Want to move we accept the strike call.
Adopt the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're ready, Senator.
Final passage, use of the morning roll call.
Final passage use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. McDaniel, Chisholm, Sojourner, Hill. Anyone else? Present. Anyone else? Thank you. The bill is passed. Please proceed, Senator.
Item number 41 pass and ask it retain its place.
41 retains its place on the calendar. 42, sir.
Call up item 42 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1328, Mississippi Industries for the Blind, revised authority to enter into certain agreements and contracts.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a Mississippi Industries for the Blind bill. Currently, they do not have the authority to make certain contract negotiations and sign contracts that have indemnification clauses. This just allows them to be able, the latitude to be able to do that, and in so doing, it should allow them to even have more work to do and more contracts. If there are no questions, I'd like to ask the use of the morning roll call for passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Polk. Chairman Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item 43 on today's calendar. Called up, have a title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1214, carbon dioxide geologic sequestration, revised laws regarding.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I need to adopt the strike all. Be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Okay, this is the CO2 capture bill that I was unable to pass earlier because of the eminent domain that was in the bill. So we did a strike all in the House version and took all the eminent domain language out of the bill. The reason why this is still needed is these changes are necessary to close a small number of gaps in our statute authority, and it's modeled after the natural gas storage statutes. There was an article in Clarion Ledger that one of my colleagues gave to me, it was last week, and it talks about CO2 capture in North Dakota. They're spending $250 million to help fund a proposed pipeline that will gather carbon dioxide produced by ethanol plants throughout the Midwest and pump it in thousands of feet of underground for permanent storage. And then it talks about the topography and the different reasons why North Dakota is good for CO2 storage. CO2 storage, I was wrong when I came to the well last time. This initiative started underneath the Trump administration, and it's still an initiative, and there are actually tax credits out there until 2026. It's $50 for every metric ton of carbon dioxide a company sequesters. So CO2 capture is the future, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Sojourner, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Sojourner, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Carter. And I thank you greatly. I know you said that the eminent domain language was removed, and I appreciate your efforts on that. One question, is there a reverse repealer in the bill?
There is not.
Okay, so there's no chance that it could go to conference and something
No,
could change?
There's no reverse repealer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
I move passage by morning roll call.
Strike all first, sir.
So I need a move that we adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Now I move passage on morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which Speaker Carter is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Carter. 44 retains its place on the calendar. Chairman Simmons. I'm sorry. I have Chairman Simmons next, sir. You're item 45, sir, on the calendar.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 45 on today's calendar. Ask the title to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 616, municipal property authorizing municipalities to secure abandoned or dilapidated buildings on such property.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this bill is existing law. It's supported by MML. And what the bill does, it amends the menace property statute to authorize the governing authority of any municipality to secure abandoned or dilapidated buildings once the property is determined by that municipality to be a menace to public health, safety, and welfare of their community. As you all know, under this statute, the cost of securing menaced properties in a city becomes a civil debt against the property owner, which could be assessed by the city to that property owner. That's all the bill does. Mr. President, I'll yield to any questions. If not, I ask for passage by the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question.
Question, Senator Simmons, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, you're recognized.
I believe I had a bill this year that gave a similar civil debt to counties for menace property. I don't remember where it was sent, but somehow it didn't make it. So my concern in the future would be that we would at least try to do something to give counties the ability to create a civil debt against menace properties when they're forced to clean them up too. So I would ask for your help on that if it may be sent to your committee instead of mine.
Thank you, Senator Hill. As you know, a lot of bills will leave counties and will come to municipalities.
Yes.
But this bill does specifically speak to municipalities.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Other questions?
Mr. President, I ask for passage by the morning roll call.
Yes, the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter is voting no. Present? Seeing none. Senator Seymour, you're recognized. I apologize. I skipped over 44 with Senator Seymour's bill, so it is in order. And the chair just missed one. I had it under Carter, and I apologize. Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 44, House Bill 677.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're ready, Senator, on 44.
I'd like to, Mr. President, I'd like to have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 677, County Veteran Services Officers provide certain provisions regarding certification.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up the amended strike all and be able to explain.
You're recognized to explain your strike all, sir.
If y'all recall, last year we brought this code section up to deal with a federal rules change to where our veteran officers would be in compliance with the federal law. In so doing, we have left a kind of a void in some of our counties where they cannot afford a veteran officer under the criteria of the federal government's accreditation. So what we have done, the Veterans Affairs Board had come to us, and we're going to establish a Veterans Advisory position to where it can be certified by our Veterans Affairs Board, to where we have 26 counties right now that are without some type of help for our veterans. And that's basically what this bill does. Are there any questions?
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready, sir, on your motion. Be adopted.
I'm going to move to adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move for final passage by the use of the morning roll
Use of morning
call.
roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Turner, you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that we skip item 46 and go to number 47.
46 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title on 47.
House Bill number 1132, Private Food Service, authorize Department of Finance and Administration to solicit proposals for certain state properties.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, House Bill 1132 first will add several properties under the supervision and control of the Department of Finance and Administration, At lines 35, they are 350 High Street, which would be the Wright and Ferguson Funeral Home. 401 North Lamar is the Sun and Sand Motor Hotel, and 455 North Lamar is the former Bearfield Building. If we move on over to line 106 to 120, this provision of the bill would allow DFA to engage in a competitive bidding process to retain a vendor for the Sun and Sand property. I now yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Question, Senator Horn, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
Yes, I yield.
All right, thank you, Senator Turner Ford. Typically and historically, we have had contracts with members of the legally blind community. So all bets are off as far as the contract for the Sun and Sand for food service.
Are you asking?
Yes.
If that's the case, I don't know.
Okay. But we're just giving DFA the latitude to be able to engage a food service provider.
Yes, that's correct.
And there's nothing that would prevent them from going with a legally blind individual or vendor.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Any other questions? Seeing none, senators request the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed. 48, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that bill be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, read the title.
House Bill number 1247, Institutions of Higher Learning authorized to negotiate long-term lease of property administered by State Port Authority.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this bill, House Bill 1247, would allow the University of Southern Mississippi, under the direction of IHL, to enter into a long-term lease. They could negotiate a lease up to 40 years for property to be occupied as the Roger Wicker Center for Ocean Enterprise. I move adoption if there are no questions. Oh, one last final amendment is to remove the reverse repealer.
So we're on the strike call.
So I move adoption of the strike call.
That's correct, Senator. Okay, any questions? Motion to adopt the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're ready for your motion.
I move for final passage based on the use of the morning roll
Use of the
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed. Thank you.
Request that item 49 be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1343, Columbia Training School property authorized DFA to transfer and convey certain portion of to Marion County Economic Development District.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, there is a committee amendment, a committee sub, and I request permission to explain.
Explain the committee. You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
This bill would actually propose to transfer 1,148.92 acres to the Marion County Economic Development District. This is property that was formerly occupied as the Columbia Training School, and that property no longer ceased to exist as a training school. If you will turn over to line 147 of the committee sub, actually it's line 155. The first proposed amendment would require that the Marion County Economic Development District be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses used to improve the property upon a sale. The next proposed amendment would allow for the property to be sold upon the appraisal of two certified appraisals, one of which would have to be chosen by the Department of Finance and Administration. And that is those are the amendments in the committee sub, and there is also another amendment that I would like to have brought up. This is an amendment to the amendment. Currently, I need to give a copy to the desk. I do. Currently, wait for this to get on the screen. Currently, there's timber that is located on this property. The property is actually owned or administered by the Department of Human Services. And the Department of Human Services from time to time cuts the timber, but they have not had an opportunity to do so due to land conditions. And so this amendment would allow the Department of Human Services to go in and cut the timber for a period of 6 months, but then the department would also maintain the timber rights to harvest on the property if it is so transferred. And those are the details of the amendment. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Polk.
Question.
You yield for questions,
I
Senator?
do.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, the DHS will continue to have the forestry rights. If the Economic Development Group sells 100 acres to a private company to build an industry, would any timber on that property then left, even if it's not used by that industry, would that go to DHS or would that be sold to the private industry?
That any timber that would be harvested on the property the remuneration from that would come to the state. So that would be held by DHS. But it would actually be deposited into the state treasury and earmarked for DHS.
All right, let me ask it one more way. Let's say they bought 100 acres, used 50, they were going to expand on 50 later, and that was still forest land. Would the DHS continue to have forestry rights to that private property, or would those forestry rights go to the industry that bought the property?
DHS would keep all forestry rights, and it could be negotiated if there's a private sale, but as this amendment is drafted, any timber that is harvested or cut, that would be recovered by DHS.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, ready on the motion.
I move adoption of the amendment to the committee sub.
Right. Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the second amendment. We're on the amendment to the strike-all.
And now before the body is the strike all as amended, and I would move adoption.
Option of the strike-all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to add that there is a reverse repealer in the bill. I move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you. Chairman Harkin, let's see, who's next? Hold on one
I think I
moment.
may have one more.
You may have one more. One more, Senator, please. And turn the page. Okay, Senator, we're on number 50.
I request that the item be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1131, Secretary of State, authorized to enter into agreements with online providers to conduct online auctions of state forfeited tax land.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1131 basically clarifies that the Secretary of State would be authorized to engage an online vendor for the sale of tax forfeited properties. If there are no questions, I move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, the Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Wait a minute. Hold on. Senator Norwood? You vote no? Okay, I'm sorry. One no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, bill passes and we go to Senator Fillingham. Pass. Chairman DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could skip item 52, go to item 53, call that up and have its title read.
Mr. Clerk, 52 retains its place on the calendar. 53. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1240, MCOPS programs authorized training for to provide at any approved training academy in the state.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1240 basically allows for our school resource officers to attend a certified training academy anywhere in the state rather than coming up here to Jackson, to Malota. Recently, I had a SRO friend of mine tell me they had to go to Mobile to take the course rather than come up to Jackson just because the waiting list and the classes were so infrequent. This just allows them to attend any certified training academy in the state. And that is an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions? Seeing none? We have an amendment, I'm sorry. Seeing no questions, we'll adopt the bill and the amendment. No, we'll adopt the amendment. Yeah, we recognize Senator Bryan for the amendment. Amendment to the bill before we adopt.
I have discussed, I move adoption of the amendment which is on the screen. I've discussed this with the chair and he is agreeable to the amendment. There is a regional education service agency, which is an agency that is formed by a group of school districts. One of the entities up in Northeast Mississippi has been working in the area of daycare and pre-K, not with money from the schools, but with other funds. One of the things they wish to do is train workers in daycares, Head Start, other such places. There are funds available for that at the Department of Human Services. We believe the Department of Human Services would want to contract with them. The definition of their agency in the language, in existing law, if you read the definition very narrowly, it's not clear that the way the language reads coincides with the way that the Department of Human Services needs for it to read in order to have an agency-to-agency relationship. Instead, they have to have a subcontract. They can do what they're doing now. It's just that under the existing wording of this statute, they have to have a subcontract. I can't tell you why. Everyone says to me it's much easier and much more efficient and involves lots less of gobbledygook if they can just have an agency-to-agency agreement, which our state agencies have all the time. So what this bill does is make changes in the definition so they can do that. It's a technical thing. It grants no additional power or authority or anything like that. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Okay, questions? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Seeing none, the amendment passes and we're back on the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, I move for adoption by use of the rolling roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to the next item. Call that up. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title on 54.
House Bill Number 1416, Student Protected Equal Access Rights Act, established to provide students to organize partisan political groups in public schools.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up the strike call and ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to bring the strike call.
Make the usual motion, sir.
Make the usual motions first.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill goes part of the way in codifying some of the Federal Equal Access Act and conforming to a Supreme Court decision in Tinker versus Des Moines. What it does is it allows for students and partisan organizations at public schools to get the same treatment and access that any other nonpartisan organization would have. And that's an explanation of what the strike call does.
Questions on the strike call? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the strike call.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator DeBar, we're on 55, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could skip 55, 56, and 57, retain their place on the calendar.
Thank you, Senator. 55, 56, 57, retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. He was right here. Okay. Chairman Bryan, we will skip 50. Oh, there he comes. All right, I saw him. Just 1 second, please. We're on 58, Chairman.
I'm assuming we're on item 58.
We're on 58, sir. Did I say 58?
I would like to pass that item and let it retain its place on the calendar, and I would like to go to item 59 and ask that the title be read.
59, Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 58 retains its place on the calendar.
House Bill number 732, State Commission on the 988 Comprehensive Behavioral Health Crisis Response System create.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
Our existing 988 system has problems with coordination, and the people who call don't always get the response that they need. So what this 988 number is for mental health crises, and this bill would simply provide for improvements and more accurate information that the people get when they call. The bill itself has no money in it. It's merely enabling legislation. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Okay, questions, please.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
We have Senator Sojourner. For what purpose, ma'am?
A question, Mr.
Senator
President.
Bryan, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Sojourner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Bryan. I just want to clarify, so this would be in addition to their ability to still use 911. We're just creating a separate.
The 988 system already exists. It's just that the answers and the people that answer are not as well trained as they should be, and don't have the ability to connect people with the right folks. And what this does, it's a technical change to make sure that the people answering the phone are better trained and that the calls get transferred to the right location.
Okay, thank you. Do 911 operators have such training as well?
I'm sure that they do. And all I can tell you is that, you know, in some places they're 511 numbers, and some places they're for information for various things. But the 988 system is getting to be a nationwide system for mental health crises.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Some more roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, your bill passes. Senator number 60, please, sir.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 424, Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Interstate Compact create.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move adoption of the committee amendment.
One moment, please. Adoption of the strike all. You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
This is the typical sort of interstate compact that we're having. The exact language of the compact is determined by the compact itself. And in order to enter into the compact, we more or less have to track that language. But the effect of the legislation is to allow audiology and speech pathologists who are certified in Mississippi to be certified in other compact states and vice versa. And it's, I think, one of a number of similar issues you're seeing that as a result of the pandemic, there's a desire to let services be available more quickly and to make the process of moving from state A to state B less cumbersome. And so that's what it does. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present? No. No McDaniel, no Sojourner, no Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Blackwell on 61.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to 61 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 657, Medicaid, delete freeze on provider reimbursement rates and provide for prior review of certain actions by the division.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
We have a strike all for this House bill. Basically, within the strike all we did was add reverse repealer. There is code section in this bill that I'd like to see advanced and go to conference in case we need it. But as far as this particular bill goes, it also has some chokehold removal language. You may recall we've already passed that, sent it over in House Bill 658. In addition, this also adds 4 more people to the Medical Care Advisory Board as well as the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Board, and requires the Department of Medicaid to basically provide notification for just about everything those 2 boards do over to the chairman of the Medicaid, both on the House and the Senate side. But again, basically I want to use this as a vehicle. It has some code sections for the hospitals that we might be able to use later on in conference. That's an explanation of the committee sub. No questions, move for passage.
I think we're on a strike call, Senator.
Strike call, I'm sorry.
You're correct. All right, let's go. First questions on the strike call. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator, we're ready on your
If no further questions on the bill, move for final passage by the use of the morning roll
use of
call.
the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Polk. I'm sorry, President Hill. Present Sojourner. Present Chisholm. Present McDaniel. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Bill passes, and we're on to Senator Polk. Pass 62 and 63. Chairman Seymour. I have you right this time. 64, sir. We're on 64, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 64, House Bill 1177, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1177, Adjutant General, authorized to convey real property in the best interests of the Mississippi Military Department.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to call up the committee amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. One moment, sir. Let's get it on the screen.
And we have a substitute for the amendment.
Substitute to the strike all, I think. You have one amendment, right, Senator? Okay, this is the amendment. We're on the amendment, Senate.
This is a bill we've been trying to keep alive. It is a parcel of property in Indianola that is owned by the military, and we're trying to, or the state of Mississippi, and we're trying to convey it back to the city. The Adjutant General was, and the attorneys for the city seemed that the language was in such a way that he needed authorization from us. The language that has been an ongoing working matter. Myself and Senator Polk had concerns about some of it, and to keep this bill alive, to get to the final end goal, we have stripped it down to the basic conveyance of that property to the city. That's the gist of the amendment is there. And it also has a reverse repealer in it.
Okay, questions on the bill? I'm sorry, on the amendment. Questions on the amendment? To the strike off. All right, motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator Hobson.
Well, Mr. President, I had a question on the amendment.
Well, let's have a question on the amendment before we call it.
Sorry.
You're recognized, Senator. Will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hobson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Seymour, Mr. Chairman. Is now with this strike all amendment, it's taken everything else out of the bill other than Indianola?
Yes, sir.
Was this the bill that they had proposed, and maybe a different bill of which I'm thinking, where they had proposed to set up a procedure for the general to be able to dispose of properties?
It is, and there's been concerns with the special fund of how the money was to be allocated. Also, there was another issue or two there that we'd just either let it die if we couldn't get it worked out. Some money has been in the past paid for out of our state funds as far as for property conveyance. And if that money is being recovered or in the sale by the general, what is of the states should go back into the general fund, and then the other conveyed into a special fund. And we haven't got that worked out yet.
Well, was this the bill that the general had requested?
Yes, sir.
The original bill?
Yes, sir.
And is the general supporting the proposed strike all?
We have not had time to talk with the general. I've talked with Colonel Alan McDaniels, and it's still a work in progress.
Well, I was concerned that if you stripped it down to the language that you proposed in the strike all, there would not be, might take out the ability to get back to what I think they wanted to do, and that is to be able to go through a process where they might be able to transfer the property for fair market value to other public entities, and then go through this appraisal process for private transfer if they ever did that.
That's true.
Would this strike all prevent them from doing that?
Yes, sir, at this point.
Well, then why do we want to adopt this strike all and not go back to the original bill and just put a reverse repealer in it if we need to debate this?
Right now, their need is to be able to transfer that property. That was the first, in my conversation with the general, that was the issue at hand. The language that was wrote and brought to us is what we're trying to get to, as far as they don't have to come back to us every time they have that property, especially when we're not in session.
Right.
But we ain't got that language down pat yet.
Well,
so to keep it to where that probably gets transferred, we just cut it back to the basic. We're still going to work on the process, but I don't want them to be able to have to hold on to it for another year.
Are you sure that if we adopt the strike all, we will be able to go back to the language that we're trying to discuss that would be good for any property they have? I think they've got some properties they don't need and don't utilize anymore, and the cities or counties where they are may be better suited to handle those properties, get them off, and they can maintain them and spend the money on them and do whatever they need to do.
We could.
Okay, so we're not going to remove the ability to get back on that in conference and discuss an overall process.
We can do that in conference. That's the intent.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to be certain of. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Now we're back. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it on the amendment. Okay, Senator, we're ready on your bill.
I move for final passage by the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, thank you. Chairman Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 65, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1065, nuisance animals, bring forward certain sections of law relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does, after speaking with Department of Wildlife and the Department of Ag and the Department of Animal Health, they asked to bring forward the code sections. That way we could look at nuisance animals in the states. And this, currently there are no changes. This does just bring forward the code sections, and there is a reverse repealer. So be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have an amendment.
Please proceed. Bring your amendment forward. Okay, we're on an amendment. Okay, Senator Hill, we're ready. I think, just one second. Yeah, it's up. Let's go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, for co-authoring this amendment. All this amendment does is put the exact language that we passed on Buddy's Law into this nuisance animal bill to try one more time to get this very popular bill passed through the body. And anybody have any questions other than what I answered the other day? It's the exact same language that we passed unanimously through this chamber about the youth court statute.
Questions? Senator Whaley, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I support the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley, we're back on your bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
As passes by the morning roll call.
Use of passage by the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Request being voted no. Present. Turner Ford. Present. Anyone else? Blackman, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Senator. The bill passes. Senator Wiggins, we're on 66, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 66. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 590, charitable solicitations, revised provisions relating to notice, demand, and service of process.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd ask that you allow the subcommittee chair lady, Senator Boyd, to explain the bill.
You recognize Senator Boyd.
7911-501 includes the definition of a charitable organization and provides for the exemption of religious institutions. This exemption requires that the entity be primarily supported by government grants, contracts, funds solicited from their membership congregations or previous donor, and fees charged for services rendered. Religious institutions qualifying for this exemption are not required to comply with the normal charity filing requirements. Charities which are not religious institutions currently attempt to qualify for the exemption using the previous donor language. This bill removes the previous donor language from the exemption to prevent attempted use from unqualified entities, just as a bookstore that sells Bibles wanted to qualify under this. The previous donor language is not used by any legitimate religious institutions. They meet the requirements of the exemption without it. Therefore, removing this language does not impact any legitimate religious institution and closes a loophole used by entities who don't qualify for this exemption otherwise. Additionally, the bill amends 7911-511 to clarify notice requirements for all entities in and out of state consistent with the Registered Agent Act. I'll answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If there are no further questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Passage on morning roll call has been requested. No objective procedure. Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. 67, sir.
Mr. President, I'd ask that items 67 through 71, that we pass over those and they retain their place on the calendar.
Retain their place on the calendar. We're going to 72.
Call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 770, Mississippi Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, enact, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the strike all in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you. Quite simply, this is the equal pay bill. What we did was, in the strike all, put the Senate language that we passed on the floor and put it into their bill. And our strike all also has the irretrievably broken divorce language that this body passed. And that's all it does. And we'll go to conference. The House has their bill, so I'll be working with the chair lady over there about where we're headed.
Okay, Senator Blackman, for what purpose, ma'am?
Point of order.
Please proceed.
This bill is related to equal pay for equal work, and that irretrievably broken related to divorce is not germane to the bill.
One moment, Senator.
May I respond?
On advice of counsel, bill counsel, this really is not germane. We're back on the bill, Senator.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
Okay, one moment, please. Okay, it's up on the screen, Senator. We're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment is the House version, our version of the bill as a strike all into the House bill.
One moment, please. Okay, questions on the bill? Questions? Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the bill that's before us now is exactly the bill that we passed earlier in the chamber with the reverse repealer in it.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That is before us, minus because of Senator Blackman's point of order. So those ladies and men who are in abusive marriages no longer have a vehicle that they can rely on. And the chancellors who wanted that bill, they no longer have a vehicle to address abusive marriages and marriages that people can't get out of that abuse our children. So yes, the bill that was before us is the Senate bill. So that was the effect of the motion.
Now, I'm only speaking about the equal pay portion. I know the House equal pay bill, Chairman Wiggins, was different than our equal pay bill.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that now what's before us with this amendment is really the Senate language with the reverse repealer.
That's correct. What we passed with the reverse repealer that had the amendments that yourself and myself, and I think it was Senator McDaniel, that's what this strike all is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the language that has now been inserted, which we don't have a copy of.
You do. It's section 1 of the strike all of the bill that I called up first, but as a result of the point of order, that part is not in there. So you do have it. We haven't changed anything.
For some reason, I need to, but I was thinking that when the amendment was made in committee, it was actually the House version of, so it was the Senate version of the equal pay bill.
We put the Senate equal pay bill into the House bill, and the House put the Senate language into the Senate bill over in the House with a reverse repealer.
So the Senate version that is now before us in the bill, it has the provision regarding pleading with particularity and
correct
when the aggrieved employee knew or should have known of the discriminatory pay.
Correct. It didn't change it. This before you is not changing any of that. This is exactly what passed the Senate. Our language has been put into the House bill.
And Senator McDaniel's amendment, when was it incorporated in the bill? And I think that's the amendment I think that's the amendment regarding whether a potential plaintiff is precluded from filing in a federal court and state if it can only be one or the other.
My recollection is that was discussed in committee, but there was no amendment, and it was when it was on the floor, Senator McDaniel, myself, and I think Senator Simmons did the reverse repealer, and for those things to be discussed in conference.
But it's not in the bill at the current time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Turner. Seeing no further questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion. Strike all, I think, Senator.
Move to adopt the strike all, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Passage on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voted no. Anyone voting no? Turner, Butler, Polk, Horn, Sojourner, McDaniel, Chisholm, Tate, Blackman, Branning. Who? Branning was present. I'm sorry, Branning present, not no, Mr. Clerk. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We'll come back to 73, sir.
Mr. President, I ask that item 73, 74, we pass those, remain in their place on the calendar. We go to item 75, call that up, ask the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Rivers McGraw Mental Health Diversion Program revised to create mental health treatment courts.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd ask that Senator England, Subcommittee Chair, be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator England, you're recognized to explain the bill. I think we have a strike all here, Senator. You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a 16-page bill here in front of us, so it's going to take me a little while to read through it. But instead of doing that, what I'll do is just explain what the bill does quickly to you. This bill is a very good bill. It sets up mental health treatment courts It sets standards for these courts. It has the it assigns the administrative office of courts to implement the standards. It requires the courts to report back to the administrative office of courts to make sure that these courts that are, if a county or one of these courts are set up, that it is doing what they say they're doing. So it's a bill about accountability and transparency. It's a very good bill. We worked with Senator Simmons in my subcommittee and a few others, Senator Barrett, Senator Parker. I want to thank you guys, and Senator Barnett. If he was here, I would thank him. But we have a good bill here before us, and I ask you all to please support it, and I will be glad to take any questions. If there are none, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill?
We're moving
Senator
to adopt the
Hill,
strike all, sorry.
For what purpose?
Question.
Are you for questions, Senator?
I sure do,
Senator
yes.
Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess my question would be, we do see these mentally ill folks out and committing a lot of crimes. And I guess my question is, it says intensive supervision and clinical treatment. So I'm guessing that if the court deems that they're, in bad enough shape that they need to be hospitalized, I guess, is that where this is leading, that so many of these people, because we already got Supreme Court cases that say that these mentally ill people have to be left out in the community, that we can't institutionalize, certain numbers of people. And so I guess that's my concern is, how is the mental health court going to do anything different when we've got these overarching court cases saying that they should be left roaming the communities and living in the communities, when a lot of times they have no supervision and, there's only a limited number of group homes that they can live in. So I'm hunting for solutions too, but I'm just curious as to how this would work. And if we would have, any crimes that would be excluded by these folks, these mentally ill people, that would be redirected from incarceration. If a mentally ill person murdered somebody, would they still be a candidate for a mental health diversion? I guess that's my best question, if it's a severely violent crime.
Yeah, Senator Hill, and I'm looking for the exact line to point you to. But I will tell you that violent crimes, that's one part that those are excluded. And I'm sorry, I can't find it, just do a quick perusal here. If you'll give me 1 second. Looks like lines 223 to 225, it says the crime before the court and other criminal proceedings cannot be a crime of violence as defined in section 9732, other than burglary under section 971723-1, which is burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. So that does take care of I think the question that you have. If there are no other questions, I move for adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Senator Hobson. 1 second, please, Senator. Senator Hobson, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question, please.
You for a question, Senator?
I sure do.
Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator England. How is this different from the pilot mental health courts that we have in existence right now?
After speaking with Representative Reynolds on this bill, what this does is it actually puts the standards and it puts the administrative office of courts in control of those standards. These courts, these mental health treatment courts, have to report to the administrative office of courts on occasion. And that makes sure that any of these counties that are setting these courts up are actually doing what they say they're doing, which is providing treatment for these individuals.
There are some we know in existence right now, and the difference between those two is what?
Well, I think the difference between those two is that there's not a standard provided. So the courts, the counties that are setting these courts up are doing so without guidance. And I'm sure there's some that are doing a great job at it, but there are also some that maybe are not. And so this would allow the administrative office of courts to look at that and make sure that these courts are doing it. And they're also reporting statistics back. So we're going to see where these are working and what standards work so that if we ever do need to come back and add a standard or remove one, we can do that.
Okay, are these courts in every chancery district?
They're not. They're only in a few. I don't know how many. I'm sorry, I don't have that number for you, but I'm glad to get.
Under this proposal, they're not everywhere?
They're not everywhere, no. So they do have to elect to set up these courts. So so if a county, say if a chancery court wanted to set up a mental health treatment court, they would do that. And if they want to do that under this, now they have a system whereby they can go to the administrative office of courts.
And would they use the existing chancellor to be the mental health court judge? Is that right?
I would assume so.
Okay.
I'm not certain.
Yeah, that's something that's important because we all need to know what's the cost of this and how it's going to be set up and how it's going to be implemented.
That's great. So with regard to the cost, I do know that Representative Reynolds told me that some of these courts, whether they're spending $1 or $10,000 in their budgets to do this, they still have to report to the administrative office of courts on that. So that was so there wasn't really a dollar figure. So I think there's a lot of latitude still left with the counties on that.
Well, let me put it this way. It's maybe easier to understand. We know we've got drug courts in our circuit districts.
That's right.
Is this going to be another duty or responsibility for the chancellors or the chancery courts that choose to set these up? Or is this something that's going to be mandated to every chancery court?
Yeah, it's not mandated. So it's a choice of the courts that wish to use this. It will be in the circuit courts too. I'm sorry. So this is, and I think that's outlined in the legislative intent portion of the bill early on. It says it's the intent of the legislature to facilitate local mental health treatment court alternatives adaptable to chancery, circuit, county, and youth courts.
Okay. And how would the circuit courts, or why would circuit courts be involved in mental health diversion courts?
I assume when there's a criminal proceeding that lands in the circuit court. I'm not familiar with exactly what would
Wouldn't the chancery court be more suited to be able to handle those kind of issues?
I would say yes.
Okay. And we don't know how many it's going to be or what the cost is going to be yet?
We don't.
Would you object to a reverse repealer being put in this so we can look at that as this goes further?
Senator Hobson would not object to that and would be happy if you wanted to
Thank you.
Make that amendment.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Issue.
Question.
You have for a question, Senator England?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator, this bill was brought to us, it came from the House, but we had a similar bill, did we not, in the Senate?
We sure did, yes.
And this bill was brought to us by the Office of the Courts recommending, as they had done a significant study of looking at mental health courts across the country, had they not?
They did, yes.
And so the procedures and what they have recommended are what they looked at, what they considered, I'm going to use for a lack of a better term, best practices of what they saw across the country and what might work the best here in Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
And these are pilots essentially with what we're doing here so that we can make sure that before we spend significant state dollars on this, that these procedures work here in the state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they're going to report back to us on what these pilots are, correct?
They are, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you for those friendly questions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator England?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. The confusion I have, maybe some of what Senator Hobson was referring to, we're dealing with criminal charges here?
There could be, yes, it could be criminal charges, nonviolent criminal charges.
But are we deeming someone has a mental health issue as it relates to some type of commitment or treatment? That's separate and apart, that if someone committed a crime and they're going to go through a mental health court for the criminal charges. I'm just confused because this bill didn't go to Judge B. If we're talking about criminal charges, I just haven't seen it till right now.
Right. So I would say to that question, so this does not provide a right for anyone to go into a mental treatment court. They still have to agree to go into a mental treatment court to take that route. If they choose not to, then they would just be charged accordingly through the regular court process.
Is the district attorney's office involved?
It would be if that's the prosecuting attorney, then yeah, they can move, or the court would be able to move.
And is this different? Because in the last few years, we used to call them drug courts, and that dealt with crimes that fell under drug court. Then we expanded that, and we changed the name to intervention courts, and we added a mental health court and a veterans court. Now, is this mental health court separate from the mental health court under the intervention court?
No, these are still, so you'll see, and I'll just take line 195, for example. The language that's already there is a mental health court. We're adding this as a mental health treatment court. So these are the same courts that I believe you're speaking of, but we're just adding standards and a reporting requirement to that.
All right. And I won't drag us long because it's reverse repealing, that's fine. But I do have one question. Does AOC have any authority to sweep any funds from any intervention court in this state to fund this?
So as far as that's a good question, and I believe that is addressed in the language where it deals with any funds collected have to be used directly for the mental health treatment courts.
Okay, I know how our intervention courts are funded. They're funded through appropriation. It's based on the number of people in the court. But there was a bill earlier this year that was going to give AOC the authority to sweep funds from successful intervention courts and redistribute. And I just want to make sure it's not part of this bill.
Yeah, it's not in here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator England?
I sure do.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Thank you. On lines 362 to 364, it says expungements performed under subsection 1 of this section are not subject to the requirements and limitations set forth by any other statute authorizing expungements. I'm just curious as to why we would grant broad and unlimited expungements to this court on whatever crimes are brought forth. It makes me think about our DUI statutes and some of these other, crimes that somebody may commit. I'm just curious as to why we would not have any limitations on expungements that were set forth in any other statutes.
So my answer to that would be that that's the purpose of the drug courts and the intervention courts is to allow someone to go this alternate route. And if they complete here would be the treatment and the requirements that are placed upon them, then those crimes are expunged. And it's the same way if you look just underneath that, if it's a civil case that's involving someone that needs mental health treatment, if they then complete their program or whatever requirements are on them, then a petition for commitment would be dismissed. So it's kind of along the same thing. If they complete their programs, then that crime is expunged.
But we already have broad expungement statutes with common nucleus felonies and other things like that. So I'm just concerned that no matter if you're mentally ill or not, committing some of these crimes and having a more unlimited opportunity for expungement, I don't know if that's fair and equal treatment under the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other? Okay.
Move to adopt strike off.
We got an amendment.
We
have an amendment. Senator Hobson has an amendment.
Absolutely.
Okay. Senator Hobson, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator England, I just would like to add a reverse repealer. There are a few things I think we need to look at carefully in this bill, and I would like an opportunity to have those at least discussed in conference. So I move adoption of the reverse repealer.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Back to you, Senator. We're on the strike call. Adopt the strike call.
Move adoption of the strike call, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
We're on the bill, Senator.
I ask for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Card is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Hill, I'm sorry. Hill present. Parker present. Williams present. Tate present. Chisholm present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 76.
Go to item number 76, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1351, affidavit of scrivener's error, revised recording of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Call up the strike all and ask that Senator McCon be allowed to explain.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, there is no strike all.
No, it's just to explain the bill. It's correct. Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill regarding scrivener's affidavits. We do have an amendment to this bill. This bill just provides some additional requirements for a scrivener's affidavit to be sure that it was filed correctly, or that it does correctly recite what is required by the statute. Basically, it's going to add in that there has to be a statement within there that you are a licensed attorney within the state of Mississippi, that you're in good standing at the time that this is filed, and that the scrivener's error that is recorded in the executed document, it was executed by an attorney licensed to practice in Mississippi, and who prepared any document within the chain of title. Basically what it's doing, it's putting in there that you've got to state within your scrivener's affidavit the certain things that are required by the statute. What's happening is there's a few instruments being filed from out of state that are putting some clouts on title, requiring some additional legwork on the side of some of the attorneys to have to clear it up. What this does is tries to clear that up to allow that at the end of the day, what's being filed in the records is within statute. Now, I'll have an amendment at the proper time and would tender for questions at this time.
Questions on
that?
On the bill. Seeing no
All right.
questions, we're ready for your amendment, Senator.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. On the screen, you have the amendment, and what this does, in the original bill, it basically provided discretion to the Chancery Clerk to determine whether it meets the statutory threshold. What this does, it takes out the language there in line 39 through 41, whereas it says the Chancery Clerk shall refuse to record any scrivener's affidavit not containing any information required by this paragraph. Your Chancery Clerk is the recording secretary within each of your counties. This takes out the requirement for that Chancery Clerk, who may or may not be an attorney within the state of Mississippi, from having to determine whether it actually meets that threshold. This says that as long as it's in proper form, he or she will file it, and then from that point it could be determined to be valid or not by a court of law. So the amendment as presented strikes that language, and I would move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
I don't want to get into y'all's legal stuff, but does this have some pertinent language dealing with our judges and our clerk in Stone County?
It does not have anything with regard to any county in here. This just goes to clarify the statute that was formally passed by this legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Okay, we're on the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
All right, at this time I would move for final passage of the bill based upon the morning roll call.
The morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present.
Thank you.
Seeing none, your bill passes. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Ask that items 77, 78 be passed over and keep their place on the calendar.
Hang their place on the calendar. Chairman Branning. 79.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 79 on today's calendar, called up and have the title read, please.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 971, driver's license, increased time period, renew expired license without examination.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This particular bill was requested by the Department of Public Safety. It passed the House without any dissenting votes, but it does simply two things. Number one, it states that the time period during which an expired driver's license may be renewed without examination would now be 60 months instead of 18 months, and that change is found on line 10. The second thing, it would allow the Department of Public Safety to be the agency responsible for regulating a digital wallet for any state agency credentials. And those are the two items in this bill. Happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I do move final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions on the bill? It's a strike all, ma'am. I think we have to. I've got it as a strike all here, just a second. Okay. No strike all, so we don't have to do that. Morning roll call's been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Mr. Carl's voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Please proceed. Chairman Whaley. Number 80.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 80, House Bill 606, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 606, Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
Recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you. What we have before us is a very, very simple bill. You've heard this one several times, but there are some minor changes to this one. Section 1 just states that it creates the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Act. Section 2 clarifies the definitions of the terms in the bill. Section 3 establishes the board, which would be 4 members appointed by the governor, 1 from each congressional district, 4 by the lieutenant governor, 1 from each congressional district also. Be several non-ex officio non-voting members. The 8 members of the board would be subject to advice and consent of the Senate. Section 4 creates a special fund that will consist of monies appropriated by the legislature. I think that's important to note, an appropriation by the legislature. Subject to the provisions, they would be used for improvements of state parks, outdoor recreation features and trails, restoration or enhancement of privately owned working agricultural lands or forests that will support conservation of soil, water, habitat of fish and wildlife resources, acquisition and improvement of parks and trails by counties and municipalities if the parks lie within the jurisdiction of the counties and the municipalities, restoration or enhancement projects that would create and improve access to public waters and lands for the public outdoor recreation, restoration or enhancement of wetlands, native forests, native grasslands, unique habitats important to Mississippi's fish and wildlife, also acquisition of critical areas for the provision and protection of clean water, wildlife, hunting, fishing, military installation, buffering, or natural resource-based outdoor recreation. Real property may only be acquired under this paragraph when the property is at the time of the acquisition being leased by the state for a wildlife management area, it joins or is in close proximity to a state or a federal wildlife management area or state park. It's identified in a wildlife action plan, surrounds a military base or a military installation. The board, which we covered earlier, would accept applications from counties, municipalities, state agencies, or non-governmental entities for the project proposals eligible for the funding. The county, municipality, or state agency desiring assistance under this section must submit a complete application to the board. For the funds to be spent on private land, the application must show that it demonstrates that the project will benefit the public. The board will give increased priority to projects supporting the public recreation and conservation of the efforts of the state agencies, counties, and municipalities, leveraging or matching other federal or non-federal funds available, supporting and promoting recreation in the form of archery, boating, hiking, camping, fishing, hunting, running, jogging, biking, walking, shooting, or similar outdoor activities, contributing to the improvement and the quality of surface water and groundwater, Upon approval of the project by the board, the project will be submitted to the Senate and House Appropriations Committee, where the legislature will have the final authority to reject or approve any project. And also, this bill does have a reverse repealer. And I will entertain any questions.
Question, Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Whaley?
I do.
Senator, you
Thank you
recognize.
for working on this. I guess my question would be, this will, the way I understand it, help us actually draw down some federal funds to support our state parks, correct?
Absolutely.
And I would certainly hope that that would be our priority, to try to fix some of these state parks up if we can do this.
Well, ma'am, I can tell you, we've made state parks a priority the last few years.
I appreciate it. I've seen a change.
You know, to my dismay, we would like to do a lot more, and we work to do a lot more, but that hasn't been seen on the other side of the building, and they constantly walk away from any opportunities to improve the park. So maybe we can go about this another way and try to come about that.
I think any way we can try to do it, we need to pursue it, and I appreciate the body's work on this, and I appreciate the support of this chamber for trying to do this, because our parks need to be a priority. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Well said. Senator England, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Senator Whaley, this bill, this strike-all that we had, there's no automatic diversion of funds under this strike-all.
Absolutely not. This is an annual appropriation by the legislature.
Okay, and we will still have legislative oversight of the funds with regard to the projects that are approved by this board or this committee that's set up. The final word still comes back to the state legislature on that.
I'll reread it. Upon approval for the project by the board, the project shall be submitted to the Senate and House Appropriations for consideration by the legislature. The legislature shall have the final authority to reject or approve any project.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. I appreciate your work on this. I think this is a good way to go about doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Seymour.
Mr. Chairman, what is the most recent and last estimate you've gotten from the department on the amount of money that we need for the repairs at our state parks?
You know, I've gotten so many estimates, it's hard to keep up. I will say that we have gotten estimates from an outside group that has went and done this at the request of several, and these numbers are topping 160 million.
It shouldn't be our a mandatory priority that if we do get this bill passed and the money is available, that we expend it on our state parks first before any public-private partnership comes into being?
Senator, I would love to do that, and that was actually my intentions from the beginning on this, was to set this money aside to bring up our public, what we have already committed to as far as our public structures. However, I do realize that I would rather have a percentage of something rather than 100% of nothing, and I'm afraid that on our original idea, we weren't going to get anywhere. This is a mediation point. We've negotiated on this, and I believe this is something that we can work with. 50% of the projects must be used on public projects, 50%. And also, there would not be any private projects until after July 1st of 2023. So we will have a year of solely public projects, but after that, it would be 50% dedicated to public projects for state parks or wildlife management areas or lakes, fishery streams, multitude of different public projects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I'd like to adopt the strike-all, please.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
Move final passage by the morning roll
Use
call.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Parties voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill is passed. 81, Chairman DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 81, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
That's which one, number one? Oh,
81, sir.
I'm sorry. House Bill number 1168, gifted education requires school districts to provide for students in grades 7 and 8.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a strike call, and if I may be recognized to explain. This is a bill dealing with gifted studies for 7th and 8th graders. The bill came over to us from the House that we're mandated the gifted studies program be taught for our 7th and 8th graders. It's come to my attention and throughout the committee was that there are some schools, some districts that have some honors programs and so forth that would are much better than the current gifted studies programs. And so we changed it in committee to say that it's discretionary. We highly recommend that a gifted studies program be started in our schools. And the other issue is we have teachers that we really have a shortage of teachers that can teach this gifted studies classes. And so this does have, like I said, a discretionary role for districts to teach this gifted studies program. I'd like to keep this alive so we can get to conference and then maybe work something out in our final conference. And so I ask you to do that. So that's the explanation of the bill, the strike call, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'm
Senator
trying to
Hill,
remember the history. I thought that they already had the authority to provide gifted education. I didn't think we needed to give them statutory authority to do it.
And I agree with you, but the bill came over to us where it mandated it. However, there are other districts that are teaching these honor classes above and beyond this, and so what the gifted studies is. And so I'd just like to give us some more time to research in this. If we don't need it, then I'm not going to bring it back. But if there's something we can do to help incentivize our districts to start this up.
The best I can remember, we don't need this language to allow them to choose to do it, that they already can. But I appreciate your attempt to go ahead and work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
All right, we're on a strike call, Senator.
If there are no questions, move for adoption of the strike call.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move for final adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Final adoption by use of morning roll calls. Request anyone object to the procedure? Which be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Fillingane. 82.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item number 82 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 799, arrest warrants for sex offenses against children authorized upon oral testimony by person requesting.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move that we adopt the strike all in lieu of the original bill. I'm happy to explain it.
Recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike all amendment is the Senate language on the same bill that we passed just a couple of weeks ago down to the House. And so it inserts this language. You'll remember, this is the one the Attorney General's office has requested because they have a limited number of investigators that investigate crimes, sex crimes against children using computers. And as it is currently, they have to go to whatever part of the state it is to get a search warrant from a judge in that locality. What this would allow them to do is to conserve their time and get communications, with the new means that we have available now to speak with the judge, get that search warrant, and not spend hours upon hours just traveling back and forth to wherever the judge may be located that time in order to obtain this search warrant. So it would assist the Attorney General's investigators who are investigating sex crimes against children using computers. That's what the strike all does, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, ready for a motion on the strike all.
Move adoption of the strike all, Mr. President.
Adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
And move passage of the motion or the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. President Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? President Seymour. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. 83. Branning. Pass. He wants to do what? One moment, please. Senator Polk, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call.
Subject to call, approximately 2 minutes. You got me on? All the chairmen, since it's deadline day, call the Senate back into order. Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Motion to suspend the rules to call up item 56, House Bill 881.
Motion to suspend the rule, call up item 56. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized. We're on 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 881, University-Based Programs of Education for Children with Developmental Disabilities, revise certain provisions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is House Bill 881. It deals with the school, DeBard School at the Southern Miss campus. There's been issues with the students getting, the school, the DeBard School being paid properly as far as federal money and so forth. No wrongdoing whatsoever. It's just the last month or so, the Department of Education as well as officials from the Southern Miss have been trying to collaborate and come together to come up with some language that will allow certain instructors to help with these special needs children. And so I'm told today that they have reached some compromise language. However, I've not seen it. And so I would like to ask the body to pass this strike all, and then we can go to the conference. And if we can work something out, fine. If not, I will not bring it up at that point in time.
Thank you. Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion on the strike, sir.
I move for adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We're ready on your motion.
Move for final adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Orders voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Okay, announcements. Okay. Understand we have one more. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we suspend the rules to go back for consideration of number 1.
Motion to suspend the rules to go back to item number 1. All in favor signify by saying aye. Whoop, Senator Parker, I'm sorry.
For a parliamentary inquiry.
Seems to be the day for those. What, sir?
My question would be to suspend the rules requires a 2/3 vote to go back to this item. I would request a roll call vote on the suspension of the rules. I think we spent a little bit of time on this bill, and I'd prefer not to go back to it on the calendar. Thank you, Mr. President.
If I may,
procedure, one moment, please.
If I may respond to the parliamentary inquiry. stripping of the study. That's all it is. Going in asking to do it. They don't even want to do that to you. What they think is talking about the legal, what they talking about.
Senator Parker, Vice Counsel, take 6 or more to request a roll call. Do we have 6? 1, 2. Sir? One moment, please. Okay, your mic's on.
I've been informed the bill is going to be changed to a study committee, so I would like to withdraw my motion for a roll call.
Motion is withdrawn. So we don't have 6, and that's withdrawn. Now we're back on to Senator Branning. Senator Branning's light's on. She passes. Senator Blunt passes right now. Okay, we're back on suspending the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're ready, Senator Sparks.
I would ask call item 1 up and clerk read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 936, Hospice Care Services for Terminally Ill Inmates, authorize MDOC to provide for those confined to facilities under MDOC jurisdiction.
Mr. President, I believe at this point I would ask that we move to reconsider the vote of
That's
which
correct.
the strike all was adopted.
That's correct. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That's correct.
Mr. President, there is a substitute amendment that's up on the board, and this instructs the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections and the Director of Medicaid to establish a task force to study the implementation of hospice care services for inmates and special care facilities for parolees and report back to the legislature by October 1st, 2022, and there is a reverse repealer. I would yield any questions.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir? Senator Blunt passes. Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question, Senator Sparks.
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
So Senator Sparks, this is a study committee essentially? Is that correct?
That's correct, and it has a reverse repealer in it.
Okay, so there's some questions on this bill, so we're going to send it to a study committee instead of passing it. Is that what we're doing?
I'm not sure I follow the question.
Well, it was rhetorical in nature. Thank you, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Senator England. Okay, Senator Sparks, we're ready.
I would move to adopt the amendment, the substitute amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
No further questions. Move for adoption on the morning roll call.
We got to adopt the strike call first, Senator. We got to adopt the strike call first.
We'll move that we adopt the strike all as amended.
Okay, one moment, please. Senator Jackson. Pass. Motion is to adopt the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator. Now we're on the bill.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
All in favor, anyone object to the use of the morning roll call? Seeing none, any wish to request being voted no? Present? Seeing none? Passes. Senator Branning, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to reconsider the vote on House Bill 971, which is number 79 on today's calendar, in order to correct a procedural error that I made.
1 second, please.
Which one?
Motion is to reconsider the vote. Right.
The motion is that we reconsider this bill.
We have to suspend the rules, I think, first, Senator.
I now move
Late.
to suspend the rules to do so.
I think you're on it now. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready. Reconsider.
The motion is now that we reconsider the vote.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator. Would you put it up 1 second, please, Senator? We got to put it on the calendar here. It's up on the screen? Okay, we're good now, Senator.
In committee on this bill, we simply made an amendment that made it effective upon passage, and I failed to adopt that amendment when I first presented the bill, so now my motion is that we simply adopt the committee amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Now my motion is final passage on the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Person voting no. Present? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Brannick. Amendments passed, bills passed. Okay, announcements. Back to announcements. We're ready to go. Senator Seymour.
President, on today's calendar, I'd like to put item number 65, House Bill number 1065, on a motion to reconsider.
To the chairman, 1065. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the announcement, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to tell the members of the Senate that on your desk was the folder from the Grammy Museum, and they wanted us to make sure that we knew that inside the folder is 2 free tickets. So please just don't throw the folder away. Inside the folder is to our Mississippi Grammy Museum in Cleveland. On behalf of myself, Senator Sarita Simmons, and all the Delta legislators from the Grammy Museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Thompson, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 71 from yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill number 3001, on a motion to reconsider.
To the chairman, 3001. Senator Sparks for an announcement.
Just reminder, beginning as soon as we walk out of here, MMA Chairman Juan Barnett has prepared a barbecue feast. Invite everyone to come down to the Mississippi Manufacturers Association.
No mask. Senator Blunt.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Blunt.
When the Senate adjourns today, I would ask that we do so in memory of the 12,206 Mississippians who have died as a result of COVID, by far the highest death rate of any state in the nation.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements? Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last notation, I just want to remind everybody, regardless of what happens tomorrow and what time you get out of here tomorrow, we do have a forestry meeting at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and we do have nominations that we've got to get out. We also have the state economist on timber and lumber research that will be there tomorrow. He's going to tell you why your stumpage is so much different than your 2x4 that you buy at the store. So if you're interested in that, I encourage you to be there at 2 o'clock tomorrow downstairs in 210.
Thank you, Senator McCon. Senator Whaley or Senator Hill? Senator Whaley, you're recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce that the Senate Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks Committee will have a meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 409.
9 a.m. Senator England.
That was it.
All right.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, other announcements. I want to thank Senator McMahon.
We have a local and private meeting tomorrow, but depending on the schedule tomorrow, that may be rescheduled.
Okay, Senator. I want to thank the Senate for their hard work today. Many bills, got through 83 bills. I appreciate all your patience today. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.